There are three basic types, Mr. Pizer: the wills, the won'ts, and the can'ts. The wills accomplish everything, the won'ts oppose everything, and the can'ts won't try anything.
Well, do us all a favor, Vincent, and try to be a can't, especially where that monster's concerned. We need you, not another corkscrew.
Hey, look at that. Vincent, you're gonna have the time of your life in there.
I don't mean to sound superior, but I hate the company of robots.
So try and relax, have some fun. Remember what they say, all work and no play?
All sunshine makes a desert, so the Arabs say.
We've been in some scrapes before, and we're gonna get out of this one.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Meme Stream. I am the host of the Nightmare Shark 30, and I'm happy to have you. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? How you doing? How's it going? How you feeling? Is it all good? We're back at it. We're back at it again. Is slur girl like word girl, but for certain words? Yeah, slurs. The N-word, the N-word, the N-word. I wasn't sure if I could type the N-word in like Twitch. I know I can do it in YouTube, but I think Twitch actually won't allow me to just type N-word like as a word or two words like adjacent to each other without the stream being able to go live. So I decided instead of worrying about that, I could just write slur girl instead of N-word girl, because I mean it's like basically the same anyway, so we're all good. Can we put the thumbnail up? Apparently it didn't take the thumbnail. I made a thumbnail and put it on. There's something weird with YouTube streaming recently. It's not been, I don't know. It's not been as fluid. It's like been weird. Like, you remember last stream I was trying to go live and it just wouldn't let me go live. I had to restart my entire computer to be able to go live. I could go live on Twitch, just not YouTube. Some other things like that happened too. I don't know. It's just really weird. Studying for an exam. Yo, sick. You know, one thing I did see that inflation went down in Argentina. So, I mean, congratulations. I'm happy for you. I heard it went down from a record of like 100% or something to down to like 14. Or like what, 7? I don't know. It's still relatively high, but it's not like astronomically, world-shatteringly high anymore, which, I mean, that's cool. I'm happy for you. He was a Nazi boy. Something like that. Something like that continues. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, we got some stuff to talk about today. I think it'll be fun. I think it'd be interesting. Many things today. Former U.S. ambassador to Israel calls on Congress to revoke invitation to Netanyahu ahead of joint session address. Yeah, like they shouldn't do that, but I mean, obviously, Mike Johnson wants him there, and there's not really much he can do after. I don't think there's much really anyone else can do outside of that after Mike Johnson signs off. I'm pretty sure he's the only person who could really invite and not invite people to Congress. But Schumer and Jeffries both signed on to the invitation, which is so funny because it's just going to be a Trump rally. It's literally just going to be Netanyahu getting up on the stand and then doing a whole Trump rally in Congress. And so it makes perfect sense for why Johnson would be for it, but you know, Schumer and Jeffries, they should be a little smarter than that. But I don't know. What the heck? You get out of here, man. What the heck is this? Is my little Vibio? Yeah, there we go. Scram, screwball. There we go. So perfect. All right. That's a cool shirt. Isn't it literally just pink? What's cool about it? Is it the pink? Do people still get weird when guys wear pink outside? Have you guys seen that yet? Have you guys seen that in a while? Because I don't know, when I remember when I was much younger, people would like question sometimes why you're wearing pink. Like pink is apparently a color like boys aren't supposed to wear, like a nice bright pink shirt. This pink is very pink, I will say. Looks like the white boy summer flag. And what if it is? And what if it is? But I like pink shirts. Okay, but you're gay now. So like, now what? Now what? Already was gay? Wrong. The pink made you gayer. It's something a lot of them lefties don't understand, right? That's why the gay keeps expanding. Why they keep doing polls about the general populace and the gay percentage keeps going up. There's a huge problem, and it's the pink, I'm pretty sure. It's all the pink and all the boys' clothes and all the microplastics in their balls. Wait a second, I want to see this. What is this video? How do you do that? I'm just so surprised. Taking the new Benz out for a spin. You hop in a new Mercedes Benz. She's coming up towards like a break. She's coming up towards like a red light. Everybody is very clearly stopped. Why'd she start screaming? I don't get it. I literally, it's so weird. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's over, man. I don't, am I stupid or something? I just don't. How fast was she going? I don't even know. How fast was she even? I wish I could see the speedometer here. I really wish I could see, because it doesn't look like she's going like more than 40 miles per hour. So even here, when she starts screaming, even here, honestly, she could hit the brake and still not hit this car, hit this BMW in front of her. I don't know. Did she even hit the brakes? I'm kind of shocked. Did she even hit them? Wait, no, she must have. She slowed down a little bit there, but like there was no screeching of the wheels or anything. Nobody got jerked forward. It's just, she just slowly cruised into the back of this guy's car. How do you do this? Did no one ever teach her how to drive? I'm just so, I just don't understand. I don't get it. I do not understand it. How do you do that? You have to know how to drive, right? Because somebody put you behind the wheel of that car. She didn't buy that car. I know for a fact that woman didn't buy that car. So someone trusted her enough to give her command of a motor vehicle. Like, I think even if you didn't know that, I think like if you didn't even know how to drive, really, right? You knew that one pedal make go vroom, other pedal make go stop. And when you're about to hit something, you would hit the stop one. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's a sort of, she might not be able to like, I don't know, I think ChatGPT might be able to pass the human test before her or something. Not to be like a hater, but something horrible has happened here for you to get in that type of situation. I just don't understand it. She had like 4 business days to stop and still just refused to stop. She couldn't handle it. Where I am the hater? Okay. Hello, hater. She got them short legs she couldn't reach. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's really what it was at the end of the day. She could not reach. Legs too small. Brain too slow. Maybe she's got no legs. You know what? You're right. She really might not have no legs. She really might have literally just no legs. And that could be what's going on here. And that's why she didn't hit the brake in the first place. But that does beg the question, how did she hit the gas in the first place? Dude, when we talk about N-word girl today, this is gonna be so fun. This one's chat. This one's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna have some fun with this. It gets a little bit silly. This is my favorite TikTok drama right now. Oh, N-word girl. I'm not that smart. Man, that is so, it is so good. The I'm not that smart. I kind of, we've been saying it for so long, I kind of forgot where it came from. I'm gonna be honest with you. I lost sight of I lost sight of where that began. I just started saying I'm not that smart like over and over again. I still say it. I still say it from time to time. I'll make a mistake and I'll be like, so, I'll look to my girlfriend. I'll be like, I'm sorry, girl. I'm not that smart. I'm just not that smart. You gotta be slow with me. I'm just not that smart. I'm tired, boss. Oh, boss. Boss, I'm tired, boss. Please, don't do this to me, boss. All right. Should we chill for a sec or should we hop into it? You know, let me tell you all something. You might find it a little interesting. You might find it a little interesting. So I finished, I completely caught up and I finished reading Chainsaw Man. I've completely caught up with Chainsaw Man, 100%. Over the last like 2 weeks or so, I've just been I've taken some free time, like when I wake up and when I'm about to go to bed, to kind of like, you know, take some time and read a bit. I've been reading Dying of Whiteness and also the 100 Years War in Palestine. Both of those are really good books so far. I guess I've also been reading Chainsaw Man. Add that to the rotation. Even part 2. Yeah, I'm completely caught up with part 2. I'm completely caught up with part 2, 100%. And part 2, it's pretty sick. I like part 2. I like Asa. I'm a huge fan of Asa. I'm a huge fan of, you know, Asa and War's relationship. You know? Dying of Whiteness. Yeah, it's when, yeah, Dying of Whiteness is when you go to the sandwich making restaurant and they put way too much mayo on your sub, and it's just, you know, it's, you ask for a little bit of mayo, but like they didn't have to like drench it or anything. It looks like one of them French dip sandwiches where they like take the whole thing and shove it in a vat of mayo off to the side and then wrap that thing up. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Give me a little bit of slack. That's the real Dying of Whiteness. The hand scene. I did read the hand scene. I did read the hand scene. 167 and 168. Is that correct? Are those the chapter numbers? Yeah, 167 and 168 were both great. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I actually think they were good chapters, and I also think they were funny chapters. Like together. I was like, oh hell no, what am I reading? Because I was like kind of spoiled, I guess. Like a lot of people were talking about the chapter when it dropped, and I have almost everything related to Chainsaw Man blocked on my social media accounts. So I didn't see much. But I did see something was going on in like an alley, and I was like, okay, and I went to go block everything to make sure I wouldn't get spoiled. So I went to that actually almost, I read that almost completely blind. Almost completely blind, and I was also blindsided by what I saw. But no, I read basically the whole thing. Well, I can't say basically. I read the whole thing, the entire thing, without real spoilers, honestly, and it was pretty good. I like the writing in both 1 and 2. 1 is more tight than 2, but 1, like, it sets up the world and everything, and it sets up characters and it sets up plot lines, and 2 kind of slows everything down and just kind of fulfills on those plot lines and has more time for you to characters have time to think, right? Characters usually, the characters in part 1 were dying before they really had time to to think or were thrown into another kerfuffle before they had much time to think on stuff. Like literally their thoughts were being, it was a theme in part one where their thoughts were literally being cut off by something else crazy happening that they had to go deal with next. And that doesn't happen nearly as often in part two, which allows characters to kind of flesh themselves out and have those longer thoughts that I think really adds to the story. The character writing's really good. Like I said, I really like Asa. I really like Asa. Asa's really great. Genuinely, I really like her writing. I like how she has like her own goals and everything, is pushing for something that even though it's intertwined with Dennis, the main character, it's not like necessarily contingent on him specifically. Like he's in there, but it could be like replaced with just any other guy if Denji wasn't Denji, right? I'm a huge fan of Asa. I think she's definitely a loser. She's a loser and a freak, and she's kind of annoying, and she has like no social skills, which is great when she interacts with Denji because they're both literally the same. She's kind of like she is a femcel. She's 100% a femcel, but she's a little bit like female Denji, just with like a lower sex drive, you know? She's like female Denji with like a low sex drive, which I think is super interesting, honestly. With them interacting with the same characters, right? How they deal with how they deal with the same characters. Like they get to be what's the independent variable? Losers belong together. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I love that she's a loser. She's a complete loser. What's the craziest anime you've seen where you going chill but built up quickly? Was it not like Undead Unluck? You may be referring to Undead Unluck. I really like Undead Unluck, but I personally would say read it first and then you can watch it. Dude, I know somebody who read that and man tried to convince me to read it by going spoilers. Oh, they might do a trans arc and then came at me later with a listen. Part two is a little strange. I'm just gonna be honest. Part two is a little strange. Elden Ring DLC in 44 minutes. Oh, it hasn't dropped yet? I thought it has already. We should get back to Elden Ring one day. Sometime. I don't know if we really have time today. But probably sometime this week. But yeah, no, they're cute together. I need them to be happy. I like Nayuta. Nayuta's interesting, right? Like how she's grown up, how she like deals with Denji, deals with like the real world, deals with being a person, right? Who has to go to school. I think that's super interesting. Oh no, wait, uno momento. Okay, I'm being called. I'm being summoned. She was just chatting. I had to tell her I was on stream. I thought she knew I was on stream, but the way she was just chatting, it didn't seem like she knew that I was on stream. So I had to be like, yeah, I love you, babe. You gotta make sure you go do that. But I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. I had to argue with Redditors about essay because of listen, I mean, if I did like an anime breakdown stream or something, or like a manga breakdown stream, I could be able to get into this more, but I don't want to spoil people on anything. I'll just say that part 2, I find it super interesting. I think the writing's really cool. I saw people say that I'm gonna be honest with you. When I finished part 1, I was like, I might just need to just stop here and then just kind of view this as the end of the series, right? Because I've heard people say that part 2 wasn't that good, but I decided to read it anyways because, you know, it was there, you know? Why do we read it? Because it is there. We do these things not because they are easy, but because Fujimoto makes us hard. I decided to go through it and was just kind of like, if this turns bad, I'll just view chapter 97 as the end of the series with part 1, and I'll just call it kind of as that. But I was genuinely reading the series, well, part 2, waiting for it to get bad, and it just never did. The people who were all like, oh yeah, chapter part 2 really falls off, part 2 really ain't that, they're just lying. I don't know, man, they're simply lying. They're just not telling the truth. I don't know, maybe they're just not locked in. And I think it might be to the point where if people tell you that part 2 isn't good, you might need to just simply disregard their opinion on Chainsaw Man. They could be like a great like accountant, you know, they could be great at like picking like a flower arrangement for a bouquet. They could be perfect for somebody who helps drive you to like helps do carpool to drive you to work. But when it comes to somebody who comments on Chainsaw Man, like they're not somebody that you go to. They're not somebody who you should go to for that. Part 2 was actually really good. I like how it slowed down. It touched on some interesting things. I think it's cool. Dennis is still Dennis. I hate CSM fans because they're legit stupid. Legit stupid shonen only watchers. The people who hate part 2 only watch Naruto or Dragon Ball Z. Listen, Dragon Ball Z, I've never read Dragon Ball. I can't even say anything about it. I haven't read either of those, so I can't really say anything about either of them. But I'm guessing what you mean is no thoughts, no feelings, punch in head, and that's kind of it. But I like, there was so many chapters where there was just kind of yapping, you know, and it was great. It was great because there was so much fighting before. It was great to really like slow down for all that stuff. Artemis Blake, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you for the love. Oh my goodness, listening to the shark while playing Kirby. I fell. A good way to wind down after a long day of work. I hope work didn't treat you too bad. But thanks for joining the stream. I hope you enjoy this while we just chill out for a little bit. We got some interesting stuff to talk about today. It touched something, all right. I think it's probably due to being able to read from start to end part 1 for a lot of people. I don't know, maybe. Like the story was really like tight and concise. I feel like part 2, if I was gonna give any criticism to part 2, I would say the writing probably isn't as tight as in part one, but that could just be because there was a lot of buttressing when it comes to fights, right? But not like the majority, but a lot of the interest in part one comes from wondering what this devil, who this devil is, and what this devil is gonna do next, right? Or like what can they do next? How are they going to how are they gonna find out a way to defeat them? Things along those lines. Part two reads a little bit more like a murder mystery or something, right? Like slowly figuring out people's intentions is like slowly figuring out people's intentions and waiting for characters to figure out other characters' secrets, or not figure out other like close misses when it comes to character secrets, and even characters meeting each other as well. Like that's where I think a lot of the interest comes from part two. It reads a lot more like a murder, like it reads a lot more like a murder mystery, in my personal opinion, which I think is cool. I think it's really cool. I think it's really interesting. Still great character writing. Honestly, great character writing. Slow build up between things. There's stuff that you really need to look for in panels. You can't just speed read it. Really, I'm really enjoying. I'm glad I put off reading it because now I was able to read such a massive chunk. I was basically able to read chapter 1 to 167 with like no breaks. Which I guess 168 now, right? I was able to read chapter 1 to 168 all in one go, and I think it was fantastic, really. Aloha Shark, nice to see you. You think interactions between characters are better? JJK and Chainsaw Man similarities? I mean, they're both brutal. Right? They both take time to build up characters and then let those characters die. That's something that happens in the show. Well, that's something that happens in the anime. Sorry, that's what happens in Chainsaw Man a decent amount. The manga. Well, both of them, JJK and Chainsaw Man. Really well written characters. Weaving character interaction into fights is really great. Chainsaw Man does not have anywhere near as good of choreography as JJK does. Like when you read a JJK fight, you can see the characters moving from one attack to another. When it comes to Chainsaw Man, there are many times when I'm like, when it comes specifically with like blood shooting everywhere, guts spewing like confetti or something, right? Like streamers, like snakes in a can, and it's just everywhere, and there's just like scribbles everywhere. It's really hard for me to tell exactly what's happening from page to page sometimes. I found myself like flipping back and forth, like, okay, so they started here and they got here. What am I looking at? What's like how did that happen exactly? Like I can usually get it. But it's not as like a clean sort of I can see what's going on in my head. I can see what's going on exactly. Chainsaw Man does not do that near as well. They're not as bad as it's not as bad as My Hero, because My Hero has no choreography. My Hero has like literally, I don't want to be a hater, but My Hero has like no choreography. Really. So, but I mean, it's not to say that like My Hero's bad. It's just, it's much different. No, it's not what I go there for. I mean, Chainsaw Man touches on like romance more. I think it's funny. I mean, in JJK, the like what our characters want is a little bit more complex and like, or I guess maybe not complex, but more like conceptual, right? The wants of characters is like far more conceptual. Like Higuruma wanting to find like a sense of justice, in the world, and like the rebelling against the like horrible Japanese criminal justice system, um uh um Gojo when it comes to having not wanting people to really be alone anymore, and building a group of allies that can rely on each other and be mutually strong. That it's a little bit more conceptual. In Chainsaw Man, it's like, I want to eat Chinese food. That's why I'm gonna take over the world. This guy helped me one time when I needed to like move my house. So that's why I'm going to kill all of you. I want to have sex. So I'm gonna risk I want to have sex, so I'll risk my whole life fighting this city level threat. Will you now this is something that this is an example that actually happened in Chainsaw Man. Will you help me stop the world from falling apart? No, I have school tomorrow. So like the wants in Chainsaw Man are very simple. Like almost all the characters are very simple in exactly what they want, which I think is really interesting. Like how do you take all these simple characters and weave them together in such a complex way? I think Fujimoto does a great job with that. Teenage brain set. Yeah, listen, and they're grinding. Crazy grind set. And like everybody in Chainsaw Man's crazy. I don't think there's like a single normal person. I really don't think there's really a single normal person in Chainsaw Man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, there's like a couple. Well, I'm not sure if I would call Quan Chi normal. Really. Is she normal? Is Quan Chi normal? She isn't? She's not normal at all. All she wants to do is like live with her family, you know? She kind of just wants to hang out with her family. That's kind of it. Like that's not very, like what, Quan Chi's not crazy. I don't think Quan Chi's like really not normal. What, she's like a paid assassin who just wants to live with her family, really, at the end of the day. And like is that really not normal? That doesn't seem that really doesn't seem not normal to me. Like outside of her family is not normal. Okay, but everybody's family is not normal. My family isn't normal. Your family isn't normal. I don't think it's not fair to say she's not normal because her family members specifically aren't normal. Their relationship is definitely more normal. It's closer to normal. It's much closer to normal. She's just not crazy. She really doesn't seem like much of a crazy person, right? I would say she's more weird by association. I would say she's more normal even than Kobeni. I would say, I'm gonna be honest with you, 100%. Quan Chi is definitely more normal than Kobeni. Yes. I disagree. Nah, I completely agree. Kobeni babe. But okay, so there's them. Man, I don't know. Like there's I forgot it. Kishibe is pretty normal. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it's the only real normal characters I can really think of. Basically it. Everyone is a freak. That's what makes us normal. But Chainsaw Man is completely normal human behavior. None of them have like completely normal human behavior because they live in a world with like mythical creatures. So the way they interact with the world is like, I think when it comes to the way that if these mythical creatures existed in the real world, that's how I'm basing it off. Like they're normal. Like I'm like, oh yeah, that's a normal response to some like wacky little monsters popping up in town or something. You know what I mean? Some people have abnormal responses, like Denji, like Dennis, not like Nayuta, okay? Some people have normal responses. Quan Shi, Kishibe. I really like Fujimoto's handling of I really like Fujimoto's handling of like loss and trauma and stuff. To go from like the most horrific thing you've ever seen to like just kind of going to school because you have, you know, time doesn't stop. Like, yeah, you suffer through a lot, or yeah, you went through a lot, but like time doesn't stop, and it's 7:30 a.m. It's time for you to go to school. You know, I really think that's interesting. To go from super abnormal right back to normal, because we do that in our daily lives too. You could be going through the most traumatic thing that you could ever think of, but your boss still wants you there at work on the time that you two agreed upon. You know, you could be going through the most traumatic thing in the world, but you know, rent's still due on like the 31st. Like characters having to like push stuff back and like showing characters having to push stuff down and seeing it slowly bubble back up to the surface or eat away at them because of their because of the things that they were going through, I think really interesting. That they have to put stuff away because they need to get something else done, and then we'll touch back on that later in a time that feels natural. It almost never feels really unnatural, except for Denji. Denji's just, he's always unnatural. But but it's natural that he's unnatural because he was literally never taught how to be a normal human being. And all of his relationships are abusive, right? So it makes sense actually that he's super abnormal, and the way in which he handles situations is abnormal. I get that. So yeah, that's what I think. I think it's pretty cool. Tyrannix, thanks for the tier 1 sub gifted to VCC TV. Congratulations, buddy. Welcome back to the frenzy. Being so incredibly pog. I appreciate you. So yeah, those are my talks on those are my opinions on Chainsaw Man since I finished part 2, and I finished every single chapter that's out right now. I think it's like I said, I think it's really good. I'd easily rate it like a 9.5, 9. It has, as far as I know, it has like no plot holes that I can imagine. He keeps the silly faces that I loved in the series all the time. He can, like, the way that Fujimoto is able to convey emotion without having to give us a whole diatribe, like a single word, I think really cool. Right? There's stuff that I could always look back on and view in a different light. It's just very good writing, very interesting characters that I want to see, that like very interesting characters that I want to see do more and do like better things, right? It's cool. The build up for what's happening is really interesting. Great series. Good stuff. Part 2 is just as good as part 1. Has Slur Girl risen and fallen faster than any other grifter in history? There's probably someone else out there, but I can't think of him off the top of my head. This is really like one of the greatest, I must say. So yeah, those are my opinions on Chainsaw Man. If you haven't picked it up, I would say pick it up. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Oh, of like I remember the scene of like Asa and her friend sitting in those lawn chairs in front of the house watching the sunset. And the conversation that was happening between them were like so awkward. Like I could hear the cicadas and the frogs like just cutting through the silence as like the awkward realization of what someone just said starts to creep back in like the further you flip the pages, right? And so it's really good. It's just really good. Very good stuff. Come to school tomorrow. So where should we start today? Chat, where should we start today? What do you guys think? You seen this? What is this? Oh, that's funny. Oh, I see this every, like in the summertime, I see this every other day. When I go drive to see my friend who lives in a trailer park. Boy, I've seen this more times than you can count. This is every like fifth person who lives here. This is like 20% of the population that lives here in Kentucky. I'm gonna be real. Yay! What'd you just say? You're joking, right? Please say psych. Say psych right now. Say psych right now. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Okay. All right. I think I kind of want to start off with great value. I kind of want to start off with great value Matt Walsh. Kind of want to start with great value Matt Walsh. And then I kind of want to talk about Trump twice. Yikes. He's talking about the former president twice. Yeah, okay. Because Trump's been up to some weird stuff recently.
Based and red pilled?
Can you get worse than regular Walsh? Yes. It's very possible. Artemis Blake, thank you so much for the additional $5 super chat. I appreciate you. Did you see the Nintendo Direct? If so, what did you think of it? I did not see the new Nintendo Direct, but you know what I did see? I did see like those anti-woke weirdo YouTubers making videos about how Nintendo has become gay. Nintendo has been captured by the homosexuals because they removed the beautiful white male main character of Zelda, who you play as Zelda, to replace with some random princess woman, which is a bit worrisome. Can I find this? Nintendo of America boss hates white customers and fans, not their white people, wants them to learn their place. Nintendo is woke. Nintendo's woke agenda ruining Paper Mario. I'm tired of woke video games. No. Nintendo pushing trans ideology. Wait, you play as a woman? Gamers destroy woke narrative over female characters? Yeah, it's I don't know, man. Woke developers are destroying gaming. So yeah, I saw this shit. I saw all this weirdness. But yeah, I didn't actually watch the direct. Was anything cool in the direct? Was there anything interesting? Why does Sydney Watson know about gamers? They don't. She doesn't. She just made a video. She just made a video about wokeness because she knew that she was going to be able to play them for views. And that was literally it. Just say wokeness, gaming, views. And that's that's all that really went through her head when it came to that issue. Outside of that, not really much was going on. Are white women not women to them? No, the problem is that they're women, not that they're white. They don't like the whole women part. because The Legend of Zelda is about our favorite main character, Zelda, and not that weird princess woman that we should be saving instead. Nobody even knows her name. So they took this nameless, shitty character who's literally just a plot device for our main character and decided to give her own title for what? Wokeness? There's no other reason for it, right? Give us back Zelda. Real Legend of Zelda fans want to play as Zelda. Oh yeah, I did see the Mario and Luigi brothership. I didn't watch the thing itself. I didn't watch the direct itself. I watched Skill Up's video on the direct. And what I did notice was there was no Silk song. So that kind of like told me about what was going on at first. But yeah, I noticed there was no Silk song. So obviously L to begin with. And also brothership. That definitely seemed cool. I'm glad that they're getting back to that. Outside of everything, I don't remember a single thing else that I thought was interesting out of that. But I don't know. I could just be wrong. I could be wrong. But yeah, I don't remember anything much interesting out of that. So yeah. I really dislike this weird narrative about Palestinians in Gaza and everything. So there's this person. They're like a gay drag queen, Trump loving conservative person, and their whole bit is that like I'm gay and I do drag, but I'm not like those disgusting woke, you know, PDF liberal drags. I'm like the cool, respectful gay drag, okay? Yeah, the pick me. Yeah. But they probably won't like that label, okay? So don't be mean. Anyways, they decided to go to like they're like super pro Israel. Decided to go to a pro Palestinian gays for Gaza, gays for Palestine or whatever rally and start asking some questions and lying directly to their faces. I want to talk about it a bit. Saka Tanuki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate you. We didn't hear a peep from them when they made the Fisherman hot. I'm also excited about the retro finishing Prime 4. Oh yeah, my bad. You're so right. Metroid Prime 4 was announced. My thing is that the reason why thank you for reminding me, and also thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Sake Tanuki, I appreciate you. I guess I didn't remember it because I've never played a Metroid game in my life. I have never once played a Metroid game in my life. When I was younger, we didn't really have like Nintendo consoles in the house much. My first Nintendo console that we like just straight up used was a was the Wii, and I didn't have Metroid. I didn't play Metroid on that. We did have a GameCube, but it wasn't my GameCube. It was my older brother's GameCube. So he played that a lot more than I did, and I like after a while I played it like I think 2 or 3 times. But I think like I played like Tack and the Power of Juju or something, and not actually like Metroid Prime or like a Mario game on it instead. And so yeah, that's just man. I couldn't bring it up because I've just never played one before. But I don't know, maybe if I jump in now, like there's no real need for me to play the ones before, right? So maybe if I jump in now, I'll become like a huge Metroid fan. You should. Dread and Prime 1 remasters are on sale currently. Oh, I'll have to look it up. I've been Metroid Prime 3. I played Metroid Prime 3 for 2 hours, then got stuck on a puzzle. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna pull up YouTube to help me figure out a puzzle. I have no shame about that whatsoever. I have no shame. Like, listen, here's the thing. I'll do it until I get frustrated. When I get frustrated, it stops being a game. It starts being an impediment. And that's when we whip out the YouTube to change the situation. That's just how I roll. That's how I move. It has to be like that. It has to be like that. You should also get Big Bird to chew your food and spit it back into your mouth. Okay. What's their going rate? Okay, let's take a look at this.
And so I did a study abroad in the Middle East with Israel and Palestine.
Would you say you're pro-Palestine or pro-Israel?
Pro-Palestine.
As a gay man, I would be punished and or put in prison or killed if I were openly gay in Palestine. How do you react to that?
I didn't know that. So
It is illegal to be gay in Palestine. You are punished by prison or death.
Israel?
Okay, so here's the thing. That's not technically true. And what do you mean by Palestine? Do you mean like the occupied Palestinian territories? Because if that's what you're talking about, like both of them together, both of them are ruled by two different governments, and both of them have different stances on homosexuality. But as far as we know, there are no laws on the books in either Gaza or the West Bank at the moment, specifically criminalizing or like giving or any anti-discrimination laws on the books against like gay people. Okay. But there's definitely a culture of being anti-gay. Yeah, 100% in both the West Bank and Gaza. And yes, absolutely. There is people who are super hateful and everything. And there are gay Gazans who have trouble, who don't want to come out, who need to stay in the closet for fear for their safety. There are many, yeah, absolutely. There are openly gay people in Gaza, and they are not dead or in jail at the moment. Well, actually, if they are dead right now, like the openly gay people in Gaza right now, if they are dead, is usually because of an Israeli strike more than like Hamas has come to obliterate them, right? But yeah, there is a global divide in how people feel about homosexuality. Yeah, 100%. The global South is usually the Middle East, global South. Those are usually less caring about gay people. That and Russia as well. So, true. Yeah. Okay. But the whole like Palestine is evil and I would be thrown in jail instantly. Like there's like the laws on the books and there's people and there's gay hunters on every single block. No, that's not true. They're barely blocks anymore, actually.
No, Israel has gay pride. Israel is completely open to lesbian and gay people.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. They're not like open. They're not completely open. There's definitely animosity towards gay people in Israel, 100%. Now, you cannot get married. You can also not get married. Gay people also can't get married in Israel. You also can't do that. So yeah, there's that. But like simply just lying to this person, just lying straight to their face, because they haven't heard about this yet, right? I mean, and my question is, what's the relevance, right? What is the relevance? Because a gay person in Palestine, the occupied Palestinian territories, if we're going to talk about both of them, if like gay people in Palestine are more likely to die by an Israeli strike of a bomb given to them by the United States than they are by like their government executing them or something. That's far more likely to be what's going on right now. And so like, if you're going to talk about threats, Israel right now is the biggest threat. I think like Palestine should be able to have full autonomous rights. And then I think that they should be pressured to have better laws and anti-discrimination laws when it comes to like gender and sexual minorities in the country. But there's a weird line of questioning. Like what? Because like what are you even trying to get at? Like we should be for you bombing all these children and innocent people because a lot of them are and or will grow up to be homophobic? Is that what we're talking about here? Israel just needed to turn those 15, 16, 17,000 children into dust because, you know, Muhammad may grow up to be, little Muhammad in Gaza, in Rafah, might grow up to be homophobic. So we needed to, you know, just nip that in the bud really quick. Is this the argument here?
Palestine puts them in prison or kills them. You weren't aware of that?
I was not.
Palestine puts them in prison or kills them. And this is just complete proof that this person has absolutely no clue what they're talking about because they just say Palestine when they're referring to that. Which one are you talking about? The West Bank or Gaza? Which one is that? Oh yeah, also Israel blackmails gay Palestinians. They also catfish gay Palestinians and sometimes threaten to use that information use that information to get info out of them or to keep them silent to be able to get sorry, on the threat of them being like outed and possibly facing discrimination. So that doesn't seem very pro-gay to me personally, but you know.
Not aware of that, no. So that does pose an interesting aspect.
Have you seen the Queers for Palestine movement? It's a very common movement, but I don't see any Muslims for queer movements.
You don't see any Muslims for queer movements? What do you mean just like pro gay Muslims? Okay, wait a second. Pro gay Muslims exist? What do you mean in like do they mean specifically in what are they even talking about? Do they mean in the Middle East or just everywhere? Because if you're talking about everywhere, like those Muslims are usually just a part of the Democratic Party and just join already pre-existing with some with almost 100 years of history, pride movements that are already built in this country or in or Canada as well. They're pro gay Muslims in Europe as well right now. Like, is she just was he, not she, I guess he, I don't know. I think it doesn't matter, right? I don't know. Here, let's find it out. Let's look it up. Here, let's see. Damn, that's crazy. That's so crazy. By typing in queer Muslim movement, I instantly found an Instagram page with 48,000 followers and pretty high engagement on all their posts, literally called the Queer Muslim Project. So, I mean, yeah, it's really easy to not see things when you don't look for them. Yeah, so I've never left my house before and I've never seen a car. You know, those don't exist, right? Yeah, I mean, I would imagine you would think that if you've never gone outside. Yeah, I would imagine you wouldn't think that this exists if you never looked for it. I'm sorry. All those pro-gay Muslim movements are probably in the Muslim world, probably in the Near and Middle East. They're probably not that many specifically pro queer Muslim movements in Europe and the rest of the West, the New World here. Probably because they just join pre-existing pride movements. But I don't know. Let's see if we can find any more. I'm seeing the Queer Muslim Project specifically. The MASGD. What is this? The MASGD. I mean, here's another one. There's literally another one that I found. Grief Space for Queer Muslims, Black LGBTQ Muslims. They're literally holding meetings for minority and queer Muslims. There's a whole community that you would probably know existed if you just looked. Yeah, here it is. For support and empower connect LGBTQ Muslims. In our work, we challenge the root causes of oppression, including misogyny, racism, capitalism, and xenophobia. Yep, there it is, literally right there. That's crazy. They launched their conference in Georgia in 2011, and since 2011, our organization has convened more than 700 LGBTQ plus Muslims and their partners for an annual weekend of faith-based reflection, kinship, and community building. This is actually crazy. Like, for 700 people annually is actually insane, because we don't have a massive Muslim population here in the US.
Yes, that's where it gets gray, right? Like, that's where I feel
well,
like...
for me,
Yeah, have you, like, I know you're having a whole thing about how, like, children shouldn't be killed directly in attacks on civilian areas, but have you ever thought about how some of those kids might grow up to kind of be homophobic? So they kind of had it coming, don't you think? They kind of had it coming, don't you think? Yeah, I just don't subscribe to that ideology. I don't think whether or not you should be blown up while living in a refugee camp is contingent about whether or not you have perfect beliefs. I don't think you have to be a perfect person. Have you ever thought about that? How that 15-year-old that got their legs blown off in Gaza was no angel? You ever think about that?
it's not gray. I am fearful of Islam because there is no Islamic country on earth that embraces me as a gay man.
So, okay, so maybe I'm confused because Israel, which is still an Islam country, right?
No, Jewish.
Okay.
So
20% Arabic population.
Israel's Jewish, Palestinians are Islamic.
Okay.
Heard he failed a math test. Yeah, I don't think you should kill people in concentration camps because they might be homophobic. That's just my personal opinion. And you don't know if all those people are homophobic, and they're just completely unknowledgeable about the governments, because they're like, oh yeah, in Palestine, like Hamas and the PLO are exactly the same or something. I just don't think they know what they're even talking about. Who'd have thunk it? Who could have seen this coming? Yeah, weird stuff. Weird stuff from this person. Patriot. Most of us are sick of the rainbow mafia and everyone who caters to them. What's going, dude? Like the gay MAGA movement. These people are so strange. They're so peculiar. They worry me so much. They give me anxiety. They give me a lot of anxiety. Not to be racist or anything. What about the Inquisition? I don't think they really care. They use people like that to be able to push Islamophobia, but like scientific Islamophobia, you know? They like to put they like to push scientific bigotry. Like they want to pull up like charts and stats for why being discriminatory, racist, and bigoted towards certain groups of people is actually okay. Dude, I've been going on daily walks recently, and it's been really good for me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I go about 3 miles every single day, and it's been going kind of crazy. It's been really nice actually. About 6,000 steps. About 3 miles every day. You don't walk your dogs? No, we have a really big yard, and I just kind of let them out, and they like sprint back and forth across the yard. We don't walk them super often. We have a big yard, and we just kind of let them run, and they run for a while in one direction, and then they turn around and run in the other direction for a while, and then they do circles around the chairs. They seem to mostly be chilling. They already cover Diet Matt Walsh. We haven't yet. We're about to. We're about to here in a bit. Don't sweat it, okay? I got you. I'll take care of you, all right? Rest yourself. You should walk your dogs. Okay. I didn't say I don't walk them. I just don't walk them like I just don't walk them daily. Just don't do daily walks. They usually like the neighborhood, except for Shady. Shady has a lot of anxiety when I take him out in the neighborhood. He doesn't like it near as much as opposed to the other two. As opposed to the other two, he kind of freaks out. He starts to cower like between and behind my legs sometimes when like cars pass by, when like something gets too loud, you know. Sometimes a little stressful. I don't know, maybe I need to take him out with his like hug vest or something. But he does seem to be happier when I just let him out into the yard sometimes. But like I said, we have a pretty big yard. we got a pretty nice yard. You can get your dog earmuffs. He hates earmuffs. He absolutely hates earmuffs. You put that shit on his ears, he's gonna start to bug out. Just a thought? No, it's okay. No, you're perfectly fine. Don't think they're not bad. No, it's not bad. I'm just saying that I've tried to put stuff on his ears before, and he loses it. He stops moving and he starts to try and get it off his head. Like he tries to rub the ground to pull it off. I've never been able to get him to get anything on his head or his feet. Both of those are just no-go zones for him. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I close the door, you instantly throw it back open. Why would you do that? What are you even doing here? What do you even want? What do you even want here, bucko? Oh my lord. Oh my gosh, there's all of them now. Any thoughts on the UK election? They're all ass. They're all ass. But I will say, it was the first time I saw one of the UK, like a UK weirdo take. How there was like a UK liberal who was like, I see these leftists always complaining about how the Labour pushed out the left of their party and that it was wrong. Well, look at these polls now. It seems like it's worked out perfectly. And I was like, do you really genuinely believe that Labour is polling well right now? Because because they removed a lot of the aspects of their party that made them labor to begin with. Like, you genuinely think that that's the reason why they're polling well now, and not the conservatives, and not the like 15 years of conservative rule completely ruining the country? Pray for UK citizens. But yeah, I mean, Labor's polling well against the conservatives. It seems, I mean, that's good, I guess. You know, sure, that great, I guess. I don't see either of them really doing much to pull the country back. I'm gonna be real, but who knows? You know, maybe Labor's gonna get into office and be incredible, bring back the incredible utopia that is the UK, and everything's going to be fantastic, and the conservatives will never ever win again. Yeah, we'll see. I guess we'll see. They're begging for a crumb of progressive policy. Gonna vote green, but I'm worried the TERFs sneak their way back into the party. Man, they're like, actually all UK parties suck ass, which is so wild to me. Like, you would think that you have like a parliamentary multi-party system so you could vote for a party that's not ass, but then they choose to make all their parties ass instead. Like, they literally choose to make all of them bad instead of making them, at least some of them, good. It's an incredible tactic. I wonder how it's gonna work out for them. Okay. I mean, can I slash markers? They're still not gonna let me slash marker. Oh, it's gonna let me do markers now. Yeehaw. We are hacked. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. I mean, welcome to the UK, I guess. Welcome. All right. Let's pause this. Did he delete this? No, he didn't. He didn't actually. Okay, let's see. All right. Chad, I got a little treat for you. I want to talk about a little guy, a little somebody by the name of, what's his name? Joel Webton. My bad, Joel Webbin. But for this topic, for this discussion, you can call him Great Value Matt Walsh. Because he is basically Great Value Matt Walsh. He almost looks like him too. Who? He's a conservative, right-wing YouTuber influencer who looks very much like Matt Walsh, who talks and acts very much like Matt Walsh, and who wants to set up a Christian theocracy in the United States and rule the country with his version of a sort of biblical law that will force everybody to abide by an Old Testament reading about how society should be run. And that is Joel Webbin. All right, YouTube channel, anti-gay YouTuber extraordinaire. Just like Walsh? Yeah, just like Walsh. Yeah, just like Walsh. Yeah, so we do have Walsh at home. And I kind of want to take a look because this video specifically of him went very poorly when it comes specifically to the opinions that he espoused. And I'm not joking when I said he's just kind of like Matt Walsh. Walsh the other day. Ooh, can I pull this up? Ooh. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. You know, he wants a theocracy of the United States. Walsh wants a theocracy of the United States. He doesn't believe racism is a real problem. Walsh doesn't believe racism is a real problem. He doesn't like trans people. Walsh doesn't like trans people. He calls for the death penalty for gay people. This conservative is not calling sodomy an abomination as scripture explicitly says. Instead, he's calling the penalty according to God's immutable law just an abomination. And Walsh calls for the death, and Walsh calls for killing his political opponents as well. I'm 100% serious that I say that the death penalty could be completely morally justified against these people. I'm telling you, they're very similar to each other. And so he's going to do the same exact thing he did in that tweet here. I just wanted to take a little look at it, listen to his opinions, and see what's going on the right side of the aisle.
Windows, you're driving down the interstate.
Whoops.
You don't mess with Texas. And there was this whole, campaign and even commercials and things like that. And you would see signs, at like a state park, or on the side of the highway that says, don't mess with Texas. And that littering, just throwing a piece of trash out your car windows, you're driving down the interstate, was punishable, and it would give a maximum penalty. It would be like up to 2 years in jail and a $5,000 fine. Or I might get it backwards. It might be $2,000 fine or up to 5 years in jail. Now, here's my point. I don't personally know anybody in the state of Texas doing hard time for throwing a Coke bottle out the window.
First offense.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who's like, we were on a road trip and I just got lackadaisical, I lost my cool, and I messed with Texas, and I threw a Coke bottle out the window, and
my
state
kid
trooper
just chucked it. There was nothing I could
exactly.
do.
State trooper pulled me over, and I've been in jail these past 3 years. I got 2 years left on the sentence, doing hard time, for littering, first offense. And I use that as a humorous example, but that makes the point.
But the thing is, Joel, if there was someone who was dumping truckloads of trash on the side of the highway, then the law has teeth.
Exactly. So it's like, why does it even have, so then why even have a maximum penalty if we're talking about something that doesn't necessitate that degree of a penalty as a first offense?
Well, because here's the thing, because usually, I'm not sure if he understands this, but it's usually either or. So if they catch you littering, they can give you either jail or a fine or both sometimes if it's really bad. The reason why you don't see people getting hit with huge littering fines is because we don't have a cop every 5 feet of every square footage of the entire United States looking for somebody who has like a McDonald's bag fly out of their window when their windows are down, when they're rolling down, like I-24 or something, That's just not what we do. It's not a crime that we police super hard, because most people aren't doing crazy amounts of littering. And if they are, then you can find them and then you can hit them with that. But I think what he's trying to get at is the point of, we should be holding people more account. It shouldn't be as easy for you to throw a Coke bottle out of your car on the highway. We need to police that harder. Yeah, that's true. The cops are too busy shooting somebody's dog to be able to stop somebody from throwing a Walmart bag out of their car on the freeway.
Well, because people might be repeat offenders. That's why. And so, if you've got a serial litterer who is just with complete reckless abandon, just throwing Coke bottles out, and he's doing it every single day and trashing up all this stuff, and he's received citation,
remodeling his house, and he's just dumping it all on public land,
and some of it is even like certain like it's chemicals and things that are harmful, and and there's been warnings, and then
you know what, I'm gonna be honest with you, I do think that we should have littering and environmental damage be more serious in this country. but specifically when it comes to companies, because those do the most amount of damage. I mean, there's a place in the United States that's called Cancer Alley, specifically because a plastic company keeps dumping plastic chemicals from their plastic production into the water, giving people crazy amounts of cancer all through their body, and they're too poor to leave those areas. And their children grow up with that water, and they grow up with that water, and it's very hard to be able to stop using that water. Like, you bathe in it, it gets in your eyes, it gets in your mouth at some point in time. And that's just what those people live with, and those companies are just allowed to litter and ruin people's lives and end people's lives because the government doesn't do anything about their environmental destruction. I mean, there's companies that produce crazy amounts of chemicals and like toxins into the air, and they just completely get away with it. There's a reason why some parts of this country have horrible amounts of like black lung and lung cancer and skin cancer and all these certain issues that could easily be dealt with if we cared more about the environment being damaged, right? But now we're talking about a guy who throws their plastic bottle out of the plastic bottle out of their car when they're going to work, which is bad and does harm the environment. But these are like not similar, and most people aren't doing crazy amounts of littering. Most litter that you see out there is probably garbage bags that broke, or accidents of like things that have come out of like flown out of their car when the windows were down, or trash cans that blew over on like a windy day. That's most of the littering that we see out there, and not just people, and not just people kind of just like throwing their trash into the local river. Those are companies that throw their trash into the local river. Cough, cough, Nestle. Oh no, I think I just drunk some Flint water.
There's been even citations, and he won't stop. And it's like, at a certain point, that guy needs to be put away. He's a threat to society. That guy needs to go to jail, and even for littering. But we're talking about reaching a certain degree. And so all that back to the civil codes given to Israel. The only crime that mandated capital punishment, the death penalty, and we see this from not just the civil law with Israel, but the Noahic covenant in Genesis chapter 9, that if someone takes another man's life, then he forfeits his own. And that's not because the Bible doesn't care about life. That's because the Bible does care about life, because life is so precious. If a life is taken, the only appropriate retribution is that by taking a life, you forfeit your own. And what does that actually do? We can map it out so easily statistically from state to state, where capital punishment is on the books for murder. Guess what? There's less murder.
Okay, actually, let's take a look at that. You know what? Here's a better question. Because I was gonna look state statistics on capital punishment, but like some states don't have capital punishment, like California. So I'm gonna look up, because I know this is true, that the death penalty does not the death penalty does not reduce crime. It does not. The death penalty does not act as a deterrent for crime. Almost nobody who does a crime worthy of the death penalty in most states thinks that they're ever going to get caught. And if they're going to if they're really thinking about doing a crime like that, more likely than not, the penalty for it isn't going to stop them. That's just simply, like, I don't know if states that don't have a death penalty have more or less crime on average. I would believe that that's not true, specifically because usually the states that have really lax capital punishment laws are conservative states that have really bad crime. Because the states in this country that have the worst crime are red states because of their horrible conservative politics around community management. I know that one for a fact. We all know that's for a fact. But I would imagine some of those states have higher crime than some of those states that don't have a death penalty have higher crimes than other states, specifically because usually those states are larger and have larger city metropolitan areas, like California specifically. I would imagine. Actually, I'm not sure. I was gonna say I would imagine California has a higher crime rate than Mississippi, but I'm actually not sure about that. That actually could be not true, because I know New York has a lower crime rate than many than many red states across the country. So why even have a death penalty? It makes people feel good. They like it when they kill somebody who did something wrong, and so that's why they like having a death penalty. It's either you believe that the death penalty is an actual genuine deterrent, even though that's not true, or it just makes you feel good when somebody gets killed for when they after they did something wrong. And that's like it, really. That's mostly kind of it. Usually when these types of people, when they're presented with statistics that that prove that that's not true, they either don't accept it or they accept it and they still think that they should be killed because killing is just something that should be done. The state should be executing people in their opinion, and so it doesn't really matter why. It doesn't really matter if it's useful. They don't want that person to be alive, and so they want the state to kill them, and that's just kind of it. For a lot of them, or they just deny the statistics and then go, I saw a guy who was gonna commit a quadruple homicide, but then I showed him the state penal code that said that that is classified as mass murder, and then that they could upgrade his charge to the death penalty, and he was like, no, and he fell to his knees. Holding his AR-15, he fell to his knees. He fell to his knees. Oh, sick. The death penalty has a worse effect if those charts are to be believed. Yo, let's take a look at this. This is crazy. Thanks for the info. Murder rate of death penalty states compared to non-death penalty states. Wow, exactly what we were looking for. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Murder rate in death penalty. So this is death penalty states, and these are non-death penalty states. Here in 1990, the death penalty states had a higher crime rate. And let's see, 2019. Oh, look, the death penalty states, the crime rate between death penalty and non-death penalty states has only gotten wider. So now it's like 25% of a difference. 5.37 compared to 4.17 death penalty to non-death penalty states. So yeah, I don't know what information that he was looking at. I didn't know these stats off the top of my head, but I knew that the death penalty is not a deterrent statistically. We know that's not true. I don't know. This is like believing that if you put 100 people in it's like people who think that guns reduce crime. It's like, can you imagine you put 100 people in a warehouse, okay? And then you drop from the ceiling 10 guns, like it's a Squid Game, okay? Like it's a singular squidded game, like it's a cephalopod fun time. Do you think that more or less people will die if you leave them in there for a week? If we had like a control group of 100 people in a warehouse with no guns compared to 100 people in a warehouse with 5 guns, fully loaded, I think any person who's not completely stupid would understand that guns in that situation would lead to more people dying. Like anybody can believe that. Well, anybody should be able to understand that. Nah, I'd win. So true. Actually, I'd make it out of the gulag because I'd have all the guns. You see, strength, a peace through strength. But yeah, death penalty, non-death penalty. So yeah, death penalty states. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a single time in human history where the death penalty has led to less crime. Very interesting. It's almost like this guy's belief on the world that if we just keep killing people, that the world will be a better place, just doesn't seem to be true. Wow. That's so interesting, isn't it? Wow. Wow, wowie. Wowzers, even. When I completely lied to my audience.
So it actually is pro-life. It preserves life by having this high penalty to ensure that this heinous crime is not committed. And so with homosexuality, though other crimes, murder, mandated capital punishment. Other crimes, because if you're reading through Leviticus, you're like, it's like, well, everything. It seems like everything has the death penalty. You just die for everything in Israel. Well, that's not true. Like if a child strikes his father and mother, then he would get the death penalty. Well, the Jewish historians have looked through. There's not one case. So you were saying there was only 8 to 10 of in early America of a homosexual getting the death penalty. In Israel, there's not even one case that we can find of a child being put to death for dishonoring his father and mother and striking them.
So just to be completely clear here, just so you understand, he's now advocating for gay people to be put to death because he believes that the Bible says, he believes in old like post-canon Israel. He believes that because God gave those strict laws to post-canon Israel, that directly post-canon Israel in the Levant, that we need to now have the death penalty the same way that ancient Israel had the death penalty as well, which would mean that in his opinion, we would, if that was the case, if we're going to go by like those old Israeli laws, we would have to start doing animal sacrifices. I think it would be the death penalty to not observe the Sabbath, like Sunday. That might be the death penalty as well. Like, as he said before, like if a kid hits their parents, we would have to kill them as well. It would be illegal to eat shellfish. Illegal to eat shellfish and other types of fish as well. It just doesn't make any sense to me, because like all of this is really stupid. Like this whole conversation is very stupid, and not only just from like a secular point of view, but from a religious point of view, it's also very stupid. We don't live under old Israeli law. We don't live under ancient Israeli law. Like if you're a Christian today, we don't live under old Israeli law. We just don't. We do not. Those laws were put in place for old Israel from a religious standpoint. But before the construction, specifically to keep them pure from the pagans and the polytheistic Egyptians. But like Israel these days doesn't abide by those laws. We don't abide by those laws because those laws were finished. They were done. Like this makes no sense to me, because if you are a Christian, you should simply understand the concept of the new covenant. Like there was the old covenant, there was an old covenant in the Old Testament where it's all like death and thunder and lightning, very frightening. You get put to death for literally everything. Everybody gets killed for every reason. If you blink twice incorrectly on the Sabbath, without blessing your food correctly, you get put to death. Yeah, like all of this, even all of that was true in those laws, but all of those laws got done away with because we don't live in the era of law anymore. If you're a Christian, you live in the era of faith right now. And the new covenant and the new covenant, as opposed to the old covenant, is written on your heart and not written in stone. Like that's supposed to be the whole point of it. And so I don't even understand these conversations on like Exodus and Leviticus, and Genesis. These just don't make any sense to me, because we don't live under almost any of these. We don't live under almost any of these laws anymore. Specifically when it comes to the new covenant in the New Testament. If you're just like a Christian, and if you're like a Jewish, I think you live by some of them. But if you're a Christian, no, this doesn't even make any sense. You just read. It's just like they completely forgot the whole like, but Jesus came part of being a Christian, which kind of blows my mind, right? Like, isn't that kind of crazy? You forget they read the Old Testament and they completely forget about the whole like, but then there was Jesus part, like the after that part, right? Does this guy think that God's gonna come down to him and tell him to build an ark because he's going to flood the world again? I'm just gonna be honest with you. This kind of seems a little ridiculous. The New Testament and the New Covenant is absolutely God's DLC patch, and it's a great one at that. What's the word? Yo, what's good, Chance? We're watching this guy say that gay people need the death penalty, so we're talking about it a little bit. If I get a little freaky, I might think about reporting his channel to YouTube. Yeah, El Riz. On Pride Month too? That's crazy. Yeah, how you been doing, Chance? I gotta go visit the bar sometime. I need me a whiskey sour, I'm gonna be real. But I've been taking Adderall recently, so it's hard to drink. The doctor says I can't like mix my alcohol or anything like a weirdo. You don't work there no more? What the hell? Poor management? I don't want to live anymore. Yeah, where are you now? To a new bar? Now you cheating on the old bar. That's crazy. You have to drive out of state for manager training then you come in? Well, at least you get to be a manager. Well, nice work. You're on the come up, bud. I'm proud of all of you. I'm so glad. You know what? When we were getting out of high school, I was kind of thinking to myself, I hope none of these guys like fucking die or something, because I think they got potential. And you know what? You're living up to my dreams, honestly. I'm always so happy to see when you guys like do something good for yourselves or when you reach a new milestone. So I love that stuff. You all made it, really. You all made it. You're not dead yet. And that's really all that I, as a friend, that's all I could really ask for sometimes.
Regard is because it's a maximum penalty, and so there probably were not repeat offenders. And then number two, there were probably few offenders in that particular crime even to begin with. Why? Right. Because of the threat of the maximum penalty that restrains, right? It's like people would do more evil if they knew they could do it with impunity. Right. But by seeing, oh, there's a penalty and it's a strict one, that keeps evil at bay. Still.
Yeah, this is just a thought that goes through people who like the idea of killing people. But this has just never been borne out that the death penalty is an accurate way to stop people from committing a crime in just a normal society. It's just never been true. It's not true. It wasn't true in canon. It wasn't true in the kingdoms of Judea and Jerusalem. It wasn't true in Israel. It wasn't true at any point in time. Then it wasn't true in Rome. It wasn't true in the United States. Today, it's just never been. You literally just want to kill people. You're just a freak who likes the idea of killing people. Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. Like, a cursory search about any of these topics could tell you quickly that you are simply just incorrect. Like, we didn't search long to find out that he's just insane. He's just crazy. I'm sorry, people who want to commit crimes, they really just go and do them more likely than not.
Still evil at the level of the heart. We need gospel preaching to change the heart, but it absolutely restrains outward manifestations of evil. And so as you're thinking through, well, man, Leviticus is just, I mean, hashtag based, my goodness, like that, like Leviticus goes hard.
Yeah, once again, he's saying hashtag based to killing gay people. This is I'm so surprised that YouTube still allows this on their channel. That YouTube still allows this on their platform. Or I guess it's
killing fascists.
Listen. POV, I'm 18 on the beaches of Normandy in the 1940s. So true in that one very specific context. So true in that one very specific context when I'm a American 18-year-old getting loaded off of the Allied boats on the beaches of Normandy. Thank you so much for the $5. Worshipper of Olympus. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thanks for the tip. Thank you so much. Yeah, POV, I'm playing Call of Duty World War II only. Of course. Only. Yeah, I'm really surprised that YouTube just allows this, but he might not be that big. And I'm telling you guys, this is something that I need to say every once in a while.
I wouldn't mind hunting Nazis.
Yeah, once again, that's me while playing COD World War II. Very, very true. Thanks so much for the $5. Worshipper of Olympus. Thank you so much for the extra $5 tip. Thank you for that. Thank you. But this is something I say a decent amount, and I want to say it more. You guys need to start reporting. I know a lot of you guys don't hit the report button, and on Twitter it doesn't really mean anything anymore. There's like you only get reported now for saying that you like gay people, and you only get your account deleted for that. You don't get your account deleted for almost literally anything else, right? Like the guy who posted CP like on his Twitter account that Elon follows still has his account. And so if that's the case, then I completely imagine that almost everybody else will have and keep their accounts as well. So that doesn't matter there, but on YouTube and on Instagram, on Facebook, they're the platforms that still are not genuinely insane. You should be reporting these types of videos as much as you can. I'm not telling you to go find people's videos and attack them, but you should absolutely report when you personally feel that somebody has said something that breaks TOS, because this person is saying over and over and over again how much they want to give gay people the death penalty because they read in the Old Testament that gay people deserve the death penalty. That there's no other way to describe it. He's saying it himself over and over again. I'm not inferencing here. He even mentioned it by name specifically. And they want to try and like pass this off as only them being like religious, and you would be discriminating against them to say that they're wrong when it's just not true. Not only do we not live under not only do we not live under the old covenant and the old rules for ancient for ancient Israel, it's just morally wrong. You're simply just a bad person. You're morally wrong to believe that you should be executing people for that reason, for that opinion. It is anti-Christian. It is anti-moral. It's anti-human. And you shouldn't be. And it's just a horrible thing to believe. I think any normal person can understand this. But this is the world that these types of people want. Like, remember when these people come to you and they say that they want a sort of like more biblical world where they believe that the world should be ran by the Bible. This is what they're talking about. This is why people call them Al-Qaeda, okay? Because they're way closer to Al-Qaeda and ISIS than any other political group in the country right now. They are almost in complete lockstep. There's a reason for when we pulled out of Afghanistan, and then terrorists started to take over towns when the Afghan army started to collapse. That specifically Tucker Carlson came out in support of that, because he believed that we were exporting wokeness into Afghanistan, and our anti-biblical rules are leading people to want to be terrorists more. And so that's why they should be able to reestablish reestablish a super strict form of Sharia in Afghanistan, specifically because it's way better than having women go and get an education or being more tolerant to wokeness and gay people and minorities being in the country. And this is something that conservatives have been telling us over and over again. Conservatives help fund a movement that ultimately succeeded in Uganda to get homosexuality and gay sex to be a crime punishable by death. These people support this worldwide. They're literally exporting terrorism and terror on marginalized communities across the world. This is what these people do. They export terror. They export death to other countries, and then get angry when the US does like the one thing good when we're in other countries, which is like promote people to be more tolerant and less racist, and less bigoted. And that's the time that that's the only time when they get upset. It's super strange. It's really disgusting. I don't know. This must have been. It's exactly these types of people try to hide their beliefs, but behind the sort of less moralistic, oh, this is just how the world works, scientific stupidity, or I guess like religious stupidity here, to try to pass it off as like a legitimate form of understanding the world, I think is disgusting. We have not talked about N-word girl yet.
Yes, it does, but it is important in understanding the case law system and general equity theonomy and a maximum penalty for repeat offenders, right? If you got somebody who sleeps with another man, and there's witnesses, that's the other thing, there would have to be 2 or 3 witnesses, not just hearsay, they had to actually see it occur, or the person gives their own confession. And even then, it didn't necessarily mean the death penalty. It could.
Well, and to your point,
what is this cope? Well, listen, the gays got their chances. I mean, we had to have a couple witnesses, but once we did, like, sorry, homo, you're going on the cross. Like, what is it? What are you saying? Mods? Witnesses? Yeah, you gotta watch.
Shooting from memory here, but I believe in a few of the cases it was bestiality was involved, and then maybe possibly rape as well.
Right. Yep.
So,
or even pedophilia.
Yeah.
Things like that.
So keep in your mind, we're going to get into the stats. I mean, some of these are in the tens of thousands of children molested.
That's what I wanted to lay the groundwork for. Exactly.
I preempted you. Suicide?
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of people committing suicide because of this lifestyle. So you have maybe 50 people executed for this versus the damage we've had now. Which one is more merciful?
Right.
Oh my gosh. Wait, this is insane. So gay people commit suicide. And in his mind, the suicide is because they're so stinky and gay. So instead of to save gay people from killing themselves, instead what we need to do is kill the gay people in his mind first, or threaten to kill them for being gay, and then that'll give them a reason to live. I'm not even, I just, chat, what do I say? What even is there to say? It's so outside of the realm of what a sane human being would say. This must have been like what it was like, must have been what it was like to live in like the Levant and see a burning bush and it says "Be not afraid." Well, it was the scariest thing in your entire existence. Yeah, like literally caveman people. My question is, how are you supposed to run a civil society with people like this running around? I'm going to be honest. Like I'm way more in favor of throwing these types of people in jail than allowing them to have votes and vote for executing minorities because they don't like them. And because they don't like them and they believe that threatening to execute them for loving a fellow consenting adult is worth the death penalty. Like there's a reason why this government here in the United States was made specifically to get away from these types of people. Like the Pilgrims moved specifically to get away from these types of people in their mind, right? Like the people who want to grab power and then persecute and kill people who are different from them. Like the whole basis of this country of like freedom from oppression from religion to be able to practice and live the way you want is completely usurped by people like this who claim to be real Americans. There's the values that we rest upon for a civil society is something that they cannot that they literally cannot engage with. Like, these are the types of people who get angry when brown people come into the country and they vote for like a Democrat and say that they don't understand the country. Well, these people are having a conversation. Like, I would imagine Jeffrey Dahmer would have a conversation with his fellow serial killer cannibal friend over like how good their next door neighbor tasted after they cooked them into a stew. Right? It's a sort of eerie like discomfort that you get for seeing something just genuinely evil, right? Like seeing somebody whose brain works in a way that genuinely scares you. Like, looking at these people is like watching a serial killer documentary to me. Like, we can't, like, there's a reason why we make laws to, like, there's a reason why we have an entire constitution of immutable rights that these people cannot usurp and take down. Like, it was specifically to stop these types of people. We made an entire society. You know what this is like? This is exactly what it's like to walk into your kitchen at night and flick on the lights and watch like roaches crawl back under the fridge. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you now become knowledgeable that something disgusting is living in your house, and you might not be able to get rid of all of them. Right? It's like knowing that you have an this must be like in like Aliens. This must have been how they felt in Aliens when they realized that they had like a man-eating creature living on the ship that is trying to kill them constantly. Like, seeing these people have these opinions and still be able to live, allowed to like live normally in civilized society, must be what it's like getting a cancer diagnosis back from your doctor. Right? Like, something's definitely wrong. They're like a blight on our country. They're a blight on our heart. Yeah, like it's like you see these people and you start to get disgusted that they're allowed to like live on the same planet. Yeah, there's something wrong with it.
Was okay, the way God said that?
Before we get there, though, and before we go to our first break, I want to get to the last thing of groundwork that I'm trying to lay. So the Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania thought God was inhumane. Briefly, there was a very influential political thinker and philosopher at the time, Montesquieu. He was French, and he influenced the founding fathers in a lot of ways. But he objected specifically to the death penalty for sodomy, not because he said God is inhumane to execute people. The Quakers just thought that was God. We can't execute anyone. That's cruel. He said it's disproportionate. So he said, God, of course, God could have us execute whomever, but it doesn't fit the crime. Disproportional punishment. That was Montesquieu, the French philosopher. He's actually the one. The French, yeah. But before you get too close there, or too far there, he's the one that kind of systematized the idea of separation of powers. The three branches of government, removing power from a central place. And so
that also sounds French.
The founding fathers relied on a lot of his ideas for separation of powers. Anyway, my point is, think about America and where we are now and these two ideas. God is inhumane to do what he has said, or it's disproportionate. It's unreasonable to punish someone. We think of now crimes for theft or shoplifting or murder. Well, he had a bad childhood. It would be unreasonable to punish him for these things. These two ideas that started in the 1600s in America of God being mean and God being unreasonable have, I think, really bubbled through the American ethos and really kind of have come to define our perspective of who God is.
And you're saying the Quakers were somewhat pivotal in that?
Maybe they just didn't like the idea of you guys saying that everybody deserves the death penalty constantly. And that they don't, and that, listen, here's the thing. Live your own life. if this guy right here, Joel, if he accidentally has gay sex one day, he has, I don't agree with it, I'll say. He has the opportunity to just kill himself after that. Like I said, I don't agree with it. I don't think he should. But he could just try that, okay? He could just do that if he so chooses. If he thinks that being gay deserves the death penalty, right? But you can't kill somebody else. You can kill yourselves. Go, like, you know, knock yourself out if that's like something that you want to do. Check out the suicide hotline first, in my opinion. But you can't force your way of living on other people. No. You can do it yourself. Yourself, but you can't do it to other people. You can't force that on other people. They have to live the way they want. And if you don't believe that, then one day a whole nother group of people could move here to the United States, or a whole nother group of people can think differently. And then what if the Rainbow Mafia finally get complete control of the United States and then rule that being homophobic is worth the death penalty? And that law gets put into place that if you are found homophobic, they just end you right there on the spot. I don't think he would sit here and be like, well, I mean, that's the law of the land. That's the law of the land. That's just how we do things here. No, you wouldn't. Absolutely not. You're like, wait, no, we should be killing people for other reasons. Wait, no. The death penalty thing isn't that cool anymore. He's genuinely insane. These are crazy people. This is the type of guy who would be going to like witch burnings. He'd take his lunch break and go watch some witch burnings by the local creek. This guy is insane. You can do whatever you want to yourself. You can't kill other people. Listen, okay? I love the United States of America. We tell these insane, like, murderous Christians, sorry, but the human sacrifices will stop. I'm sorry, as a Christian, you're not going to be allowed. As a Christian myself, you're not going to be allowed. We're going to make a country where you're not allowed to sacrifice minorities to God. That's just not happening. That's not going to happen in this country. I'm sorry. Sorry, but the murderous theocracy will stop. I know that makes them really upset, but the murderous theocracy will stop and it's not coming back. Whack mulch. Wet mulch.
They were extremely pivotal in the inhumane part.
That checks out.
Yeah.
So they thought God's law is cruel, capricious, and we can be more merciful than God.
And then this other guy, and then the French philosopher said it's disproportionate. God's going.
Yeah, man. Remember, throw the first stone. Remember when he who is without sin throw the first stone? If any of you guys are sinless, go ahead and try, but not in my America. You might be able to get away with that in like a more backwater country like Ethiopia. Okay, you might be able to get away with that on like a smaller, worse country. But here in the United States, we don't run on a theocracy. I'm sorry. If you want that, then you are more than happy to move to some insane third world country that's struggling. And I'm sure that they can give you the life that you want. I'm sure they can give you the life that you want. But here in America, I'm sorry, we don't live like that. What a freak. Bro's like murderous Oprah. You get the death penalty, and you get the death penalty, and you get the death penalty. They actually can't help themselves. Jesus was okay with those stonings. Like, I'm not sure if I would say okay with. I mean, he literally let her go and say you should, and he literally let her go and said stop cheating on your husband, and then told her to scurry off. But like Jesus was about laws. Well, he was about respecting countries' laws for the most part. Like give to Caesar what is Caesar's, like all that type of stuff. If a country's laws say you do a certain thing, he's about respecting the laws and customs of certain places, under certain circumstances. But yeah, he was just like, if that's the law, then that's the law. But you know, if you think that you can judge and punish people for committing sin, then I would like the sinless one. I would like the sinless one to start. Go ahead. It was about taxing mainly. No, it's not just about taxing. Like in the Bible, there are other like cultural and traditional rules and customs that Jesus respects as well. Like yes, that was specifically referring to taxing, but like in the Bible, like Jesus and the apostles respect and recognize the cultural practices and many different types of people that they were preaching to. Actually, a lot of the rules that some of those weirdo Christians tried, like weirdo freak, barely literate Christians tried to like pull as how we should like run society is like is actually the apostles talking to certain peoples who have different culture, and understanding their culture tries to make inferences and connections between Christianity and their culture, so it's easier for them to understand where Christians are coming from, by leaning on cultures that by leaning on things in their culture that they already know of, specifically like head coverings, right? Like some people misquote I forget who and like at what part of the Bible, like when they were talking about the need for head coverings, they were specifically talking to a certain group of people who where men were not like culturally allowed to be able to grow their hair out, right, and women grew their hair out, and then like one of the apostles made a reference to that, like as you know, men don't grow their hair out and women grow their hair out, same as like when in church men don't wear a head covering and women wear a head covering, because like long hair like head covering, you see. And then people go, oh look, all women should wear head covering. Look, Jesus said. Like it's like they're actually illiterate. They're actually fucking illiterate. Like the death of media literacy started off with like the reading of the Bible, unfortunately, for a lot of these people. That was Paul. So yeah. So yeah, all those is borderline illiteracy, in my opinion. Like you make your whole existence about this book that you either haven't read or don't know how to read. It's one of the two, unfortunately. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Was this what to hop on next? Chat, what do you think? What do you think, chat? Let's see. What I have in my pocket right now? Please get away from me. Yo, Matt Gaetz is still around, and apparently he wants to be, Trump's attorney general.
Out is important for just the sake of truth itself, but I don't ascribe to the theory that we just have to surrender sending criminal referrals because somehow Merrick Garland will never prosecute them. For many of the crimes that we are observing, the statute of limitations is 5 years. And so we could send criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. We go take the White House back, and you never know, David, it may be an Attorney General Matt Gaetz down the road or someone of my liking.
How about convicted criminal Matt Gaetz? That one sounds a lot better to me. How about incarcerated Matt Gaetz? How about full investigation into why you were hanging out with a guy who was trafficking minors, to why you were hanging out with Epstein Jr. and going on trips with him, Matt Gaetz. That's what I want to see personally. That's what I'm all about.
Who will be there to actually enforce the law and provide the accountability, not just the vision, but the actual accountability.
P. Matty.
People that are sending you those messages deserve that in a free and just and constitutional republic.
Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. And I like that. I like that. Attorney General Matt Gaetz. Are you kidding me? Man.
The world is not ready, probably. Certainly Senate confirmation wouldn't be. But, you know,
we're getting
a
there.
boy can dream.
We're getting there. You can dream. And we gotta start with taking back the White House.
Yeah, man, you can start with reporting yourself to prison as soon as possible. If you would be so kind, That orange jumpsuit be waiting for you, Matty boy. Matty boy. They be waiting for you, boy. Come on. They be waiting for you. Let's see. What else I got? What else I got in my pocket, huh? Let's see. Not the white boy summer. I gotta get this James Charles one away from me. Get away from me, James. You scare me, man. Get away from me. Do not touch me. Okay. He's just a little freakazoid right there. Let's see. Officer, this guy right here. This specific one right here. Oh, you know what? I got a TikTok that I saw the other day that I want to show you all. This one's insane. And so it's another one of those anti-woke weirdo gets asked what wokeness is. So you know this one's gonna be interesting. Hey, can you go ahead and explain what your whole like ideology is about, like for once, actually? And they're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that one. You guys know that we got a rot in this country? We got rot. We're blighted with a sort of scarlet rot. Some people call it the anti-political correctness, the anti-woke, anti-DEI, the anti-feminism. Like all these anti-movements that pretend to be a sort of counterculture to hide the fact that they're just bigoted weirdos. We've been seeing a lot of these recently. CRT as well. You can't forget that one. Cultural Marxism. That's a 2016 banger right there. That's an old one. When it comes to these things, there's been a large push of conservatives recently who have now drunk the Kool-Aid and have a certain ideology of being against these sorts of things that they have no clue, even though they have no clue exactly what they are. I remember when CRT was getting really popular, like Chris Rufo and the nonprofit think tank that he was working for. I started to get like the idea of CRT popular, and people started asking these politicians who were trying to put through anti-CRT bills, like, what is CRT? And almost none of them could actually answer the question in any real meaningful way. They were never able to give substantive answers. Remember that whole woman who wrote an entire book about wokeness, but when asked in an interview what wokeness is, couldn't give a single concise answer about what they were talking about? After writing a book on it, apparently as being some expert, that their thoughts need to be written down between like in a spine in between two ends of a book. Politicians running on being anti-DEI when asked what it is, not knowing. This is what I personally call like the TikTokification. It's a sort of radicalization of the conservative movement in this country, where like the ideas of instead of people being humans who have thoughts that they come up with, or at least understand that were thoroughly explained to them, they listen to a talking head rattle off why they don't like something and by click farms and rage bait that makes things popular, even though you're not necessarily sure exactly what you're talking about. It's like in the wave. It's like you're an NPC, okay? And they program you with the next thing that you're mad about. Oh, it's Mr. Potato Head's, like they took away Mr. Potato Head's PP, okay? It's Aunt Jemima's maple syrup. It's the black woman maple syrup. It's Uncle Ben. It's the Native American on the butter. If you remember all these horrible tragedies during the CRT era, what got Jordan Peterson popular, being against Bill C-16, which basically made it so that if you're harassing somebody at work, but now it's because of their gender identity or sexual orientation, that you can be fined accordingly because of that. Him being against that, and now that being some sort of vanguard for free speech, for you to be able to verbally berate your coworker at work without being able to face any consequences for doing so, and making the workplace worse because you're a bad person. There's a lot of that type of stuff. And these new acronyms that are being thrown around, like I'm going to tell you that a lot of these types of people, they probably couldn't explain to you. If I told like your average conservative, okay, like, are you against CRT, DEI, political correctness, cultural Marxism, postmodernism? That's another 2016 banger in there. If you're against postmodernism, I'm telling you right now, they would be like, oh, I absolutely hate all of that stuff. If you then ask them to explain what it is and why they don't like it, I'm telling you, they would short circuit like you just poured a hot coffee onto a laptop keyboard. They would just simply shut down because they have no clue what they're talking about. And they have no clue what they're talking about. And even worse, they have no clue what they're angry about. They built an entire movement off of something that they can't even understand, because they don't even know what the things that they're mad about are, or really necessarily why they're mad at them. There's a lot of buzzwords connected to them. They know they were told by somebody not to like them, but they're not really sure why their ideology fits together, and how they're one good question away from completely unraveling in front of people. And that's what we're going to watch today. In Maryland, there is a new Moms for Liberty chapter building in Carroll County, Maryland. Who voted for a pride flag ban, and also a book ban, specifically because they believed that they were woke. Now, there's a rot slowly growing in Maryland, and this is the rot, the Moms for Liberty rot, and that but there's an original rot, okay, where it originally comes from, brain rot, specifically usually because of brain worms. We saw that with Kennedy. But let's take a good look at this brain rot. One single question asked. Let's see how it goes.
Hi, I'm Alexa. Maybe you saw me outside or on Fox News, or maybe I teach your kid. My question is very simple.
Actually, I'm going to boost Reno the audio here because it's a little quiet for you guys on your end.
Hi, I'm Alexa. Maybe you saw me outside or on Fox News, or maybe I teach your kid. My question is very simple. What does woke mean? Yes, I am the TikTok lady. Okay. What does woke mean?
Woke is rooted in Marxism, and it's
buzzword one.
It's what it means is that society is based in pitting people against one another, and in basically giving somebody labels.
Two labels.
As I'm sure you know what it means that it comes from a Marxist root, and it.
For a moment, it's very clear this woman has no clue what she's talking about, right? As you see, its roots are Marxist, and the communist tree and the communist seedling that buds from those Marxist roots, sipping from the postmodernist soil, builds into a woke mass of CRT evil that corrupts and builds labels and tears people apart. What are you saying, professional yapper? No, this is not a professional yapper. Because they're not, like, they would be good at yapping if they were a professional yapper. This is an amateur yapper. This is the 5-minute set bar open mic night yapper. You can hear, if you listen closely, you can actually hear the brain, you can actually hear the worm nibbling on her frontal cortex as she speaks. It's harder for her to speak. Yeah, she's more like a professional waffler. You're right. She is definitely waffling, but she's not done yet. So let's hear her talk. Let her go. So what we've gotten right now, just so you know, is a Marxist root ideology that builds labels and builds people apart from each other because its roots are Marxism.
What it does is it tries to inspire a revolution, and by creating a problem and telling people that they're either, the oppressor or the oppressed,
There's some more.
They are, they're wrong or they're right for behaving or acting a certain way. So
I'd say a person is right or wrong for acting or behaving a certain way.
Well, I mean, or for basically for just who they are, characteristics that are determined by their birth.
Immutable characteristics? What do you... yes, wokeism is Marxism when you build a label and tell people that they're wrong by their immutable character. What? Like being black? No, that's not real. That's not real. Like an institutional racism, like a racism that might be institutionalized or systematic, that we know that's not real. But a wokeism that is rooted in Marxism and builds labels that tear people apart. Now that's very real.
And what it means at its root is it's being awakened by a critical consciousness. And so critical is the key word there. And critical basically gets, sorry that I'm trying to work this out in my mind, but it basically gets to the root.
I personally believe if you run on a whole being anti this word, that you should have worked it out in your head far before you actually started to be on a school board voting on whether or not to ban things based on that word that you don't like. I think that's something that should go through your head before you try to run and be a part of and start banning things and changing laws. I think you should know what you're talking about beforehand, but maybe I guess in the conservative sphere, that's not knowing what the hell you're talking about is not a prerequisite to getting power, it seems.
Of creating a divide.
Okay, so ultimately it's the division that is wokeness, applying labels that divide. I'm not quite clear on the connection of Marxism, but
I didn't use the term woke in my remarks. So
I mean, well, you are here representing an organization that has it on your stickers, on your folders.
Listen, I've never said the word woke before. I don't even woke. What? Huh? You think when she was like mumbling through that answer, when she was just like tripping over her own feet constantly through that answer, he was like, oh, hello, how the hell can I get out of this one? Oh yeah, I've never said wokeness actually. Oh, but that company that you work for, that you're representing, whose whole thing is being anti-woke, stop woke. Don't you think that you should know what that is before you join them, or did you just see the benefits package when you hopped on board?
And everybody is here representing the Parental Power Summit. And so that word is attached to everybody on this panel.
I'll refer you back to the previous conversation we had about coalition. We have different views of key important questions. I don't think any of us use that term when we talked. And so
it's on the folders.
That's fine. I'm
talking about what's out there.
We all have different opinions of the word. He's not going to explain what wokeness is, just so you know. He's just like, I didn't say wokeness. I represent an organization that constantly talks about wokeness. And yeah, like everybody else here talks about wokeness. And we're all here with a coalition that constantly talks about wanting to stop wokeness. But yeah, I don't really know what that is. I don't use that word. I'm not going to explain what it is because he probably doesn't have a definition for it either. Wokeness to these people, when it comes to this, okay? Let's talk about this for one moment. Why is this the case? Why do they not have any clue what they're talking about? All right? It's because of two reasons. For one, they were spoken to by a sort of demagogue talking head, a guy who told them they should dislike this. They said it's wrapped up in everything bad that they would like, that they hate white people, they hate straight people, they want to like harm your kids and children, they want to force them to be like a weird way, they want to have them read porn in schools, they're like all of these things, all right? And so it's wrapped up into all of this one word, or these couple words. It's wrapped up into all of it. And the worst aspects, real or not real, of certain people who believe different things, all put together into one easy pill to digest, and that's like a term, and you are taught to dislike the term. If it's woke, I don't like it. I don't know, it doesn't really have to, I don't have to explain too much, unless it's something that I already have categorized as unwoke. I can categorize it as woke, and it's easy to deal with. It takes the thinking out of being a public figure. It takes the thinking out of being a political commentator. You can just like rattle off buzzword, CRT, Marxism, labels, division, like reverse racism, the diversity quota, and just like belt all of that off constantly. And now you have an ideology of things that you just don't like. It's just scooped up things that I don't like, and everything that I don't like is that thing, and the things that I do like are not that thing. Because what the things I like are not the thing, and the things I don't like are the thing. And a lot of it is rage bait by their constantly radicalized base who watch these demagogues belt off these types of things without having to explain any of them whatsoever. So it's that same thing where they wrap up everything we don't like into one word, because it was made specifically for that reason. That's why they were told CRT is bad, wokeness is bad, and so if it's woke, it's bad, and it's left because it's bad and it's woke. And that's just, and you just do that over and over again, and that's exactly what goes through their minds, and not really much else. Because to start to explain what some of these things meant, you're going to have to start to dig into like an actual debate on these topics, which is something that they don't want to do. Because remember, this is like politics for dummies. It's like politics on easy mode. You want to have a belief without having to actually think about the belief. You want to have positions that are strong that you can hold while not actually having to do the work to be able to get them. And also, it could just be the people that you're around. You can just be like kind of barely conservative, and you're around a bunch of other people who are all like wokeness bad, wokeness bad. So you're like, okay, wokeness bad. Yeah. Wokeness bad. Wokeness bad. Wokeness bad. And that's just how it is. You believe some of the things that those people believe, and you have an opinion on those, and you dug into them. And so now they believe something else, and they already believed all the things that I like. So obviously this new thing has to be something that I should like too, because everybody that I like saying it, they all believe it. And so now they've just been completely consumed by groupthink. And I think Scooter EDU, this actual teacher in Maryland, has done a fantastic job by displaying how groupthink works for these people without having some crazy debate, without doing anything too wild. She just asked one simple question about their ideology, and it all instantly fell apart. These people based their purpose for being in those seats off of that one word. And now they can't even explain what that word is if you ask them that. It's not that like they got lost in some philosophical debate about like the strength of their axioms or something. They're the simplest question that you would get. And it's just proof that they never talk to people who actually disagree with them. They just yell at them and never engage really with any people who genuinely disagree with them. Because this is like one of the number one questions that anybody who would support you would ask, or anybody who would believe in your political opinion would ask. What is this thing that you all hate? What is it? Define it. Explain it. What does it mean? It's just a word. It's just a label you slap onto things you don't like. And then woke becomes a scarlet letter. And the whole reason for it is because it's a complete perversion of what woke actually is. Black people coined the term woke as we know it today as just being cognizant, being knowledgeable of oppression that certain groups of people experience because of how they were born. That's what wokeness is. You're just knowing that people are discriminated against based on their race or gender or sexuality. That's what wokeness is. That's all it is. It's a very simple, easy thing to understand, isn't it? But to turn it into like a monster, obviously they had to change it. They had to completely gut that and then take those same actual things. They took the same things that were in it, but then ruined it. They just completely ruined. Have you ever seen those videos of somebody who like makes a sandwich and then you think they're going to eat the sandwich, but then they cut the sandwich into cubes and then blend it in a blender with water and then pours it back into a pan and then puts another piece of cheese in the middle of it and then flips and fries it and flips it over and then puts it down again and you think they're going to eat it this time, but they cut it in half again and then they deep fry it and then they boil it and then they cut it and then they cut it again and then they re-blend it and then they bake it and then they turn it into a powder and then they mold it and then right, and this is over and over again. And that's what they've done with wokeness. They've just obliterated its meaning and just processed it like a great value bootleg item, like a great value bootleg product in Walmart. Just processed it to absolute oblivion to where it doesn't mean anything. But that's the beauty of it, because when it doesn't mean anything, that's when it means everything. It's the everything words. They're everything words. I don't like it. Boom, easy. Let's go. I don't have to think about it. It's woke. Let's go. CRT, wokeness, DEI. Slap the sticker on it, dude. We don't have to keep thinking about this anymore. It's now woke and it's bad, and that's it. And that's how these people function. And I got a really big hit of this when Donald Trump got convicted of those 34 felonies, right? All these same conservatives came out the exact same day to say that Joe Biden prosecuted Donald Trump. He prosecuted his political opponent to be able to destroy him. He gave him an unfair trial. Joe Biden did this to Donald Trump. And then I've never seen a singular Republican, conservative, whatever, freakazoid on that side of the aisle explain once how Joe Biden got Donald Trump convicted of 34 felonies. Have you ever seen it? I know you've seen people say it, but have you seen people explain it? Have you heard them explain why they believe Joe Biden did it? Or have you just heard them say that they did it, that he did it, and then just moved on? Like it's a fact of life, like water is wet, like the sky is blue and grass is green. Joe Biden convicted Donald Trump, and that's just it. He just did it. How'd he do it? I don't know. But he did it. Of course he did it, because that's the only way that Donald Trump could have gotten convicted, because he's, boom, woke. And since he's woke, of course he would do that, because woke people do that. They're bad and they don't do good things, because I do good things because I'm not woke. It's very sad. It's very sad how bad these people have rotted their brains, because we could have actual conversations about this issue. We could actually talk about these certain things, but instead they want to run off into like Wonderland with their conspiracy theories and not spend a single second thinking about them, because it's hard to think. It's hard to make defendable political positions. It's difficult to be able to have those conversations with people. It's time consuming to be able to research people's arguments and find ways to counter them. It takes effort to do it. What doesn't take effort is to say the new buzzword of the day, your new favorite buzzword of the day. Slap it onto it, and it's whatever you want. It changes into anything and everything that you ever want. So thinking makes their head hurt. They have to go into recovery mode for taking in so many high-level ideas. And so they don't take in high-level ideas. They package it and package it and package it until it's nothing anymore. Until it's so condensed it turns into a black hole and eats their frontal cortex. And that's what they've replaced with a brain. A conservative TikTok For You page feed of buzzwords and garbage where nothing's ever explained, but everything is scary and everything's going to end the world and everything's going to corrupt your children. And that's it. It's a world made specifically of fear. They live in a nightmare and they can't wake up. My amygdala be throbbing. It's pulsating. Yeah, the word loses weight when they define it. It's bad for them to define words, because when they define words, well, now you can criticize them. How can you criticize wokeness? It's amorphous. It has no position. It has no rigid edges. There's nothing that you can like throw up and be like, yeah, that's wokeness. They don't even, she threw up when trying to explain wokeness, she threw up like 4 phrases and words that she could, of other things that she doesn't like. And she can't explain that. What's Marxism? You think that woman could explain Marxism? You really think that Colton County, Maryland woman could explain to you concisely what Marxism is, the tenets of Marxism, and how it relates to wokeism? Like, I don't think you can. I don't think she can. Anyone who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities, and all of it is for money. And all of it goes back to some shitty TikToker or YouTuber trying to make money off of your outrage and fear. It's so sad, isn't it? Yo, Chad, did you see that Biden finally took the lead in 538 average general election polling? Biden finally took the lead. You know how big it is? 0.1%. Yep, we got a tough race on our. We got a long race on our hands. He took the lead for the first time this year. We got a long race on our hands. Real race to the bottom. 0.1% lead. Nice. Good for him. Yeah, happy for you, dog. Biden's low standards, but Trump is no standards. It's so wild. It's so wild. Okay, Mike, can we talk about polling for a second? This year, polling has been so wild. Usually I'm a guy that likes to like watch and read the polls and like dig into like people analyzing polls and stuff. But this year has been so weird. I can barely like 2022 was a year where polls were just a little insane. They were definitely more Republican, right? They definitely leaned Republican. And I think that these polls this year also lean Republican. They lean to the right. But one thing, 2016 broke polling, I really don't think so. Like, I think what actually broke polling was robocalls and people not responding to random calls that they get. Because why the hell would you respond to a random call that you get when it's always somebody trying to scam you out of more money, right? Because the US government does not take robocalls seriously. Now people never answer their phone anymore. So like response rates for polls went down to, I think 1%. It used to be like 14 or 15%. I think at its peak, like 30%. But now it's gone down to literally less than 1%, because why the hell would you answer your phone from some random weirdo anymore, right? But yeah, with that being said, it's like, I think it's, I haven't heard anybody say this yet, but I think it's because there are a whole bunch of new random pollsters. I've never seen, ever since I started watching polls, like 2018 and onward, like 2018 was the first election where I really started to watch polls. Ever since 2018, there have been more pollsters, but there's like there've been more pollsters, but I've been like, who the hell, who are you? like WH Omega lol who, right? Because we all know YouGov and Emerson and Maris and New York Times Siena, right? But like, who's Bacon Research, Bacon and Shaw Company Research? Who are you? I know Siena and USA Survey and Morning Consulate. I know, like, you know, I know YouGov and Public Opinion Strategies. But who the hell is On Message? Who are you? It's just been so many random. Yeah, we know like Ipsos Reuters. We know those guys. Who's Redfield and Wilton? Who are you? It's just been a bunch of like, I don't know. And these guys, who's Spry Strategies? What's happening? Like and these aren't even like sponsored by a specific candidate or anything. They're just rando pollsters. And I'm just like, and sometimes I think to myself, there's a large discrepancy between two types of pollsters, okay? There's a large discrepancy between Morning Consulate, USA Today, New York Times Siena, and Marist. And there's a like gulf of difference between like Echelon Insights, Public Opinion Strategies, On Message, KA Consulting, and like whatever like backwater like Boo Food Nowhere, Redfield Wilton Strategies. There's a huge gulf of difference between these two pollsters with the type of polls that they release. And I'm starting to think that the average could really be skewed specifically by these pollsters who have just been dumping polls into the dumping polls into the methodologies, making there be a real problem. I don't know, because some of these just literally don't make any, some of these polls just don't really make any sense. Like Virginia being closer for Trump than than Florida is for Biden. Like Trump polling higher in Virginia than he is in Florida is just like nobody believes that, right? And nobody believes that, right? That's like we don't like nobody's going to sit here and actually tell me that that's something that you genuinely believe, right? Like that literally just doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. It has to be like it just simply has to be incorrect. That's an incorrect poll. Emerson has definitely been dropping polls to the right, mostly of like Maris, in New York Times Siena, and Morning Consulate even. Yeah, I don't know. There's something going on with the research with with a lot of this stuff. I don't know. See, like this is a great example, okay? Morning Consulate, a much higher rated pollster than YouGov, right? Biden's favorability in Morning Consulate, 7. YouGov, 20. In Morning Consulate, he's down 7. In YouGov, he's down 20. That's a 13-point difference in unfavorability. Like, what is this? What are you even saying? Marist in Morning Consulate come in with numbers in the low 10s. Every other in the low 10s, Morning Consulate is like low 10s and low single digits. Everyone else, like YouGov, comes in like 16. AP Norc, whatever you are, 17. Monmouth University, 19. You know, Signal, minus 20, right? And Morning Consulate, a Morning Consulate poll with an unfavorability rating of minus 9 is sandwiched between a minus 19 and minus 20 poll. Like there's something going on here. And again, a minus 8. I don't know, there's something going on here. Maybe Joe Biden is actually like the Ipsos ABC polls is like actually minus 22, or how this Survey Monkey poll has Biden minus 31, right? Or maybe Morning Consulate is more right and he's actually minus 6, which seems way more likely than the Survey Monkey minus 31. I'm just gonna be real with you. There's something going on in these polls. There's something weird going on here. There was a statistician who said that was a big factor. The kind of people who are willing to do polls are a specific breed and not the general public. Well, that part is true, yes, and it's harder to reach people. But like, I don't know, there's something very, very wrong with some of these polls, in my opinion. I'm not saying like there are a lot of like Democrat and Republican people who are trying to be like, throw the polls away, all the polls are garbage. I don't think all the polls are garbage and all polling is garbage. But sometimes you gotta be like, there's something wrong here. You know what I mean? Polls can't be the only thing that you look at when you're trying to judge a race. Because if you did, you'd probably always be at least somewhat wrong. You'd be more wrong than if you took in like other factors, like how people are feeling and like some focus groups possibly as well, or like the history of some of these races or the history of these states. Yeah, like some of this just like literally makes negative sense. Very strange. Something I've been thinking about for a little while. It has to be some of these like completely garbage pollsters creating an issue here, in my opinion. Let me see. There was like, I think Let's Talk Elections had an interesting video on this. I saw it the other day. Yeah, some of these polls smell funny. They just smell weird. There's something wrong. Let me see. Can I pull this up? Actually, he's right in front of me. Come here, boyo. He's going to Harvard now. I'm happy for him. Let me see.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Friday,
Yeah, here's this nerd.
2024, and today we are going to be talking about 2024 election polls. Today, on your screen right now, Minnesota now has Donald Trump in the advantage point in a head-to-head matchup against President Biden, according to a bunch of recent polls that have been released in this state. That comes at the same time that Virginia now has President Trump leading President Biden in, again, a head-to-head matchup across 18 recent polls in which President Trump has a 0.2% lead. Now, today's video was inspired by some of the articles that were birthed out of the leads here for President Trump in Virginia and Minnesota. Articles that had come even weeks ago that were discussing some of the polls that suggested that President Trump was up by 30 points amongst young Minnesota voters, that President Trump was dominating President Biden in head-to-head matchups in a state that President Biden won by a pretty significant amount in the last election. Virginia, most recently, the the Wall Street Journal today published an article titled, "Virginia hasn't backed a Republican for president in 2 decades. Is it about to flip?" When we...
No. I'll just tell you that no. Like, Virginia is not about to flip for Trump. Like, we don't, like, people who know what they're talking, they don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think Virginia will be closer than 2020. But Virginia being like within a single point, like, let's just not go insane. This simply just doesn't make much sense.
See articles like these and a lot of media speculation, both in and out of social media, both in and out of the mainstream press. All of this conversation around President Biden and President Trump winning in either of these two states is pretty much solely fueled by what we see when it comes down to opinion polls, and almost nothing based on previous election results or fundraising data or any other metric that could serve to be a very accurate predictor of who might end up winning these states this coming November. And I think it speaks to a larger problem about my fundamental issue with polls here, that they simply just don't make sense in the modern era. The idea that President Trump leads President Biden in the state of Minnesota by roughly the same exact amount that he leads him by in the state of Pennsylvania just simply doesn't make sense to me. President Trump has a 1.7% advantage in Pennsylvania, a state that President Biden won in the last election by 1 percentage point, as he does in Minnesota. 1.7% in the state of Pennsylvania, 1.6% in the state of Minnesota. The only difference, Biden won Pennsylvania by 1, and he won Minnesota by nearly 8 points. These races are ones that I think really show us that polling is not all there. It isn't all put together in this election cycle, and I think that it serves to us a fundamental problem for predicting elections. Roughly 8.4%. The 2020 margin of victory was 8.1%. In no reality does it make sense that Ohio, that is harbored in the same region as Minnesota, is shifting just 0.3% to the right, while Minnesota shifts nearly 10 points to the right.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Minnesota, Trump leading Minnesota, which would mean that he would have to be overperforming 2020 by 9, almost 10 points, and Ohio being and Ohio shifting to the right by like 0.3%. Who's doing it? It has to be the garbage pollsters. Because I've personally in the polls, the pollsters that I remember that I remember the names of every election cycle, except for Emerson, which definitely has a Republican lean. Emerson Hill polling usually has a Republican lean, or just Emerson themselves usually lean to the right a bit. There's just something going on. It's not the same everywhere with every single poll, but there's something wacky. There's something in the water at some of these pollsters, offices. I'm telling you. The problem is the coordinated campaign to flood the zone with garbage polls and make it harder to see which are legit. Oh, so many polls in so many races I've seen have just been completely I don't know, man. There's some of these races some of these little races that I look at that only have just like a couple polls, and some polls come out with like a +20 lead for one candidate, and the other ones come out with like a +5 lead for the other candidate, and they're like a week apart or something. And I'm just, it's begun to the point where I've just been like, I just gotta pick a couple names and then just trust I gotta pick a couple names and then look at their polls. And outside of that, I can't, I just can't, I can't trust some of these people. I can't trust some of these people. You cannot trust them. Yeah, because I think Biden is only doing a couple points worse in Florida. than he is in Pennsylvania? In some of these pollsters, not all of them, but some of them. Yeah, there's the Tyson group as well that I've been seeing. Who the hell is Tyson group? Who the hell is Tyson? Who are you, man? We need to investigate them. I mean, we can see their methodology, but some of these polls are just really weird. Like one big thing that I've noticed is that they oversample Republicans a decent amount. They're really big when it comes to Republican oversampling. I've seen that a decent amount in some of these polls. All right. Let's see. Can we talk about Slur Girl? Can we talk about N-word girl? It should be about time to talk about N-word girl. I guess I'm done with those, so we can just talk about N-word girl. The N-word lady. The N-word, ladies and gentlemen, the N-word. Need my slur bunny. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my entire life, and I never want to hear it again. The slur bunny. You think that's what Clarence Thomas calls his wife? Nodders. Also, if you're watching on YouTube. Oh, this is a little quiet, isn't it? It's a little loud, isn't it? Yeah, something like that. Oh, also, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. Helps other people find the stream. Hit the like button, everyone. We're about to hop into the N-word girl Segi, about the girl who ruined her whole life saying the N-word and thought that it was going to lead to many conservative riches for her throwing away her sanity and her normal life for being like a bad person on the internet. It may not have gone the way that she expected. Watching YouTube, but I have Twitch chat open. No, make sure to leave that like if you do. Okay, I'm gonna go on a little intermission. I'm gonna go pee. I've been drinking a lot of water today. Enjoy the Mario Deluxe Booster Pass music, the Daisy Circuit. I know people love Daisy Circuit, don't you? Enjoy the music. I'll be back in just a moment. It was 107 at New York today. Sorry, it was 107 at work today. Yeah, it turns 107 every day, buddy. That's how time works. Yeah, 1 comes right after 12. I feel you though. Ugh. Time really be moving. Anyone else playing Elden Ring when it comes out? The new DLC? Ugh, not me, but I haven't finished Elden Ring yet. Big if true? I personally think it's a little small if true. Have you gotten Blood yet? I have not, but I have been watching Blood for a while, and I'm really happy that it came out. I was honestly of the opinion that that game might not like ever come out with the way that, with how slow the development was of it. I haven't seen anybody talk about if the game's good or anything yet, but the animation and like the whole premise of the game was something that I've been watching for a while, and I was pretty interested in it. And so I do want to play it. I'll play it for you all for stream. We'll probably do that this week. Play a little bit of hashtag blood. You can get it back in blood. Hey. Back in blood. Get out it was. I never really listened to Back in Blood that much. Can I lie to you all? I can't lie to you all and pretend that I'm like a Back in Blood listener. I try not to do the hokey pokey to gang warfare. Music. Representative Neil Frisk arrested in Lansing. In Lansing Thursday morning. Oh no. Someone on Reddit said, I'm friends with one of the police officers who was on the scene. Allegedly. Frisk solicited a local stripper and brought her home. Then they had a fight in his room. He then fired a gun towards her. She called the cops and ran. Cops intercepted them both separately on the street. Wild. He did what? Neil? Neil, you wouldn't do such a thing, would you? Arrested, jailed in Lansing? He was trying to kill a stripper, dude? He was arrested with, quote, felony level offense. Dog, what did you do?
Based and red pilled?
Impetus. The Impetus 2, thank you so much for the 99 cents. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 99-cent super chat. Thanks for the love. Police arrest Republican lawmaker amid gunshot reports in the middle of the night in Lansing. Dog, what were you doing? Police arrested a Republican lawmaker earlier Thursday while responding to reports of possible gunshots in Michigan's capital city. Representative Neil Frisk was arrested for a felony level offense around 2:45 a.m. In Lansing. Lansing police spokesman Jordan Gilkis said, thank you, Gilkis. Investigators plan to submit a report by Friday. In the Ingham County prosecutor, Gilkis said, a phone message seeking confirmation from Frisk's office was immediately returned, but a statement from his campaign Facebook page says Frisk has always been exercising his Second Amendment right. Nah, dude, he was taking shots at a girl running down the street, allegedly. And they're like, you know, Frisk that's our boy Frisk, he loves his guns. Oh, he's always been a good old gun boy. I tell you what. All right. That's all you got to say for yourself, all right? Frisk, who is running for re-election, has a conservative voting record during his first term in the House. He represents the Charlevoix and Emmett counties and portions of, oh my gosh, Sheboygan. Is that how do I have any Michiganders here who can help me out with these names that I'm going to butcher? Sheboygan, Chippewa, and Mackinac counties. Sheboygan. These are fake names. Don't, you got it? Don't say that because they're Native American. You can't say they're fake names when a town and county has like Native American names, because you're gonna get butchered. I hope you know that. They're going to cut you. It's pronounced Mackinac? Is that true? Mackinac? This is pronounced Mackinac?
Mackinac.
What? What happened to the AC? Oh, what? I'm flabbergasted. Mackinac? Sheboygan. This Sheboygan, right?
Sheboygan.
Sheboygan. Hey, me and my boys is pulling up to Sheboygan.
Chippewa.
I'm pulling up to the corner of Sheboygan and Chippewa. Average Minnesotan be like you said, Algonquin language. Okay. Me and the homies rolling up to Sheboygan. So many Michiganders don't even get it right. I'm not holding it against you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you for that. Because I plan to go to Michigan at some point in time. So I didn't want to get cooked before I go. I didn't want to get cooked. Houseway. Also, if you want to join the site chat and have your chats have a higher likely of your chats getting read, you can do !site in any of the chats. If that doesn't work, sharky.cc, sharky.cc, going crazy. You can hop on and get some of the best emotes this side of the Mississippi. It's a great place. It's a great place to be. Isn't that right, chat? I recommend Mackinac Island and Frankenmuth, especially Frankenmuth. Okay, I'll have to check out Mackinac Island and Frankenmuth. Sound like a great place to be. This chat's pretty chill. It's a great place. Oh no, it's not working. But it should be sharky.cc, sharky.cc. Fun place, incredible place. You can even turn the site into an app if you so like. On your home screen, on your phone, or other mobile device. Have you seen this dog? Chat, look at my dog. Do you think he's okay? You think he good?
A man's newborn puppy, just 2 days old, became rigid right after drinking milk, almost like a low-cost figurine.
Ooh. Oh, why he tip over like that? You see the way he was about to flick it around. Wait, I'm so sorry. Can somebody do one of those videos where they like the CS:GO knife tricks, but with the dog? You know that guy who did that those knife tricks, but with that hot dog? Can you imagine doing that with this stiff pup? Like flicking in between your fingers, like the stiff pup? That goes so crazy. Just whip him around. Maybe that'll wake him up.
Born puppy, just 2 days old, became rigid right after.
Look at my dog, man. My dog's so fucking stiff.
Figurine. He could even stand the puppy up on the floor. The man felt both sad and amused.
It's over.
The puppy might be dead. Later, the man performed first aid on the puppy, repeatedly giving it artificial respiration. And
that's so beautiful. That's such a beautiful thing. He had to give the pup CPR to fix him. Yeah, you whip my man right out of the inventory, pressing the inspect button. Gravity comes for it all.
And chest compressions and successfully revived it.
He's back.
The next day, after
He's so back.
the puppy became stiff again.
It's so over. Oh, just when you thought he was back, it's so over again, and he becomes stiff. He becomes a statue figurine once more. What a stupid puppy. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a hater. He's a little dumb. He's a little dumb. He's always so stiff. What's in that milk? They're all vibing, but I don't know. It could be yeah, it's kind of an L puppy moment if you think about it. It could be an L doggo.
As if its batteries had been removed. From then on, the puppy would become rigid once or twice a day, and each time the man had to snatch it back from the jaws of death.
Oh, not today. I'm looking at death in the eyes, holding my puppy, saying, "Not today." Snatch my puppy back from the. You leave my puppy alone, death. Your grubby mitts off my dog.
After consulting various sources, the man ruled out diseases like
he's not okay
and suspected the puppy might be allergic to its mother's milk. So he switched to feeding it goat milk powder, but the puppy still kept becoming stiff.
He's a little stupid. I'm moved. I'm moved by the poor baby. I don't know. Please, Shark. It's okay. He's gonna. It's a happy ending. I promise. We're coming up towards the happy ending.
The man then tried controlling the amount of milk he fed the puppy, and finally, the frequency of the stiffness episodes decreased. Could it be that the puppy was simply too small and overeating each time, causing itself to become stiff?
The puppy was too fat. He got too fat and he went into a coma. Oh, the puppy when he tried to stand him up. Oh, now he hits the ground. He's got the itis. I guess he just gets the itis, it seems. He falls right asleep. Could not care less. Puppy rotation. Douche. That's so funny. Yeah, he's got death from Puss in Boots looking him in the eyes every time he takes a sip of milk. Bro didn't even ask for this life. He didn't ask to live on the edge, right on the border between life and death, between the living world and the great beyond, just because he's hungry. I hunger. You thought that he was giving the puppy a vape pen? You think he was like, damn, my puppy really can't breathe right now. Hey dog, hit a jewel. You think he was trying to get his puppy to hit a jewel? To wake him up, to snap him out of it? 100 Nick for the puppy. That'll wake him up. Have him hit my vape with 100 Nick. That'll snap him right out of it. I assure you. Oh, were we dropping frames? Chatterino, did you see any frame drops? Hey dog, hit this real quick. I'm gonna need you to hit this real quick. Take a look at this. Me when I get tummy hurt disease. You should be proud of me. I made it all through the day with when my tummy hurt, and I didn't complain once. I had a little bit of meat earlier today, and that's all I've eaten after I took my That's all I have eaten after I took my Adderall. I think my Twitter broke. I think Twitter is broken for me right now. Hey Shark, what's up, Peanut? I think my Twitter shattered. I can no longer load anything. It's all it's saying when I load the page is welcome to X. It might be over. More over than it's ever been in the history of time. More over. It might be over, chat. Bros. Me when I'm smoking that Twitter pack. Yeah, Twitter's definitely down. Yeah, do I have anybody else who uses it? Because I have to use it for some of the wild stuff that people just said for the Segi. Slur Girl's entire history lives on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's working. Let me see. No, it seems like it's working for me on my phone. It's working for me on my phone, it seems. But on my web app? On my pooter? Oh, it's cooked. Oh, it's cooked for me. Babylon B roasted her? Yo, send me that. I didn't see that actually. Send me that. If you know where it is, if you know how to find it. Send me that. Live by the slur, die by the slur. No. No, no, no. You can't do this to me. You know how much I sacrificed. You know how many slurs I said to get here. How many jobs I've lost. You can't do this to me. I'm sorry, this one's really funny. Wait, that Babylon B tweet is really instantly becomes biggest conservative commentator ever. I think the thing that makes it so funny is that she's not even really that good at her job. I think it's working now. Is it back? It's back. It's not back. It pretended to be back, but it's not back. Yeah, I don't know. Like half of it's not loading for me. I don't know. I was dropping frames like a sec ago, but it stopped. But it stopped. But now this shit won't load, dude. Okay, whatever, I guess. I don't know. I think I have everything I need, so I should be okay. It's just a bit unfortunate because if I need something else, I might not be able to find it. This whole application on the interwebs seems to not be working anymore as is. Unfort. Huge unfort. Okay. Who to follow? Creators for you. This is so silly. Because it's taking me to like a how to start page. It keeps taking me to the like starting page, and that's basically it. Can I even go to my other feeds that aren't my home feed? Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's all my other feeds are working. Work. My feed about Pog artists that I follow. Yeah, this one's working out. That one's fine. Games and devs, where I follow like games and developers. Yeah, this one's working just fine. My following list. Yeah, my follower list is working fine. Yeah, it's literally just my For You page. That's completely broken. It doesn't load anything anymore. Okay, well, thank you. Cool. Thank you, Twitter. You know what? You're a really cool website. I'm so glad Elon, bought this thing. It's going crazy. Going so crazy. Wow, wowie, wowzers. There's nothing for you. I guess so. Elon found out that I was black and he said that there's nothing for me on Twitter. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know it was gonna be that way. Maybe you need to be a Musk gagger. Dude, I don't have a uterus. I can't have his baby. I don't think he cares about me. He can't get me pregnant, so I don't think he cares. I'm not on his list of people to watch out for, to care for, to prey on. Not with that attitude, you can't. You're so right. Now someone's cooking. Now we're cooking. Okay. You think I can play N-word girls saying the N-word on Twitch? It's not the hard R, so I think it's okay for me to listen to, as long as she doesn't say it on stream. But as long as she doesn't like come here and say it. No, I'm pretty sure it's fine. Because it's soft A. I don't think Twitch will give you an N-word pass. I do have an N-word pass. You know that, right? Wouldn't know till you find out. So true. / marker. Only Twitch decides who gets the N-word pass. That's true. That's true. Now she does say slurs in here that I'm definitely 100% making sure that I don't play. She does like to say a bunch of like, she does like to say the F word a lot. She likes to use some slurs against Muslims as well. But outside of that, I think it's okay. I think it's all right. All right, I did a / marker N-word girl. All right, should be locked in. Do I have all? Let me check if I have all my ducks in a row, just to be safe. Just to be safe, let's see. Let's see. This one. Her views on black people. We got that one. And then we got InfoWars and some random black guy on Rumble. And then we got the video that I really can't play all of unless I lose my channel for some amount of time. Okay, because she really lets it rip on that one. That one's not good. That one's definitely not good. Okay, I can take this one. Yeah. Give me that one. Grah, give me that one. Grah. And then there's, I think I got everything. I think I have everything. I believe I do, at least. I believe I do, at least. Boom, boom. They cooked her. They cooked her alive. They cooked her. They cooked her ex-boyfriend. They cooked her baby. They cooked any. Ooh. All right, there was some struggle here, 100%. Can you even imagine being this person? It's so sad. I'm gonna be honest, it's so sad. Okay, got all of these. Perfect. I gotta move this one up further. There we go. And then that one works perfectly right after this. Oh, it's perfect. Oh yeah. Chat, we're in. Chat, we're locked in. Yeah, chat, we're locked in. Who's locked where key? Oh, I'll tell you where I put that key. I'll tell you where I put that key. I swear. I swears it. All right. Don't risk it. Let me do another marker set because I had to recheck. / marker. Able to click the Twitter link? Yeah. Oh, of the article you sent me? What was this? You sent me an article? Oh, do you mean the like SDL's tweet? I saw that. I pulled up SDL's tweet. That link that you sent me, if that's what you mean. Yes, I am able to click on that. It's just my For You page that's not working. Everything else is working just fine. Yeah, the Babylon Bee. Yeah, I got it. I added it to the mix because I thought it'd be interesting. Added to the mix. So I appreciate you for that one. Okay. Conservatives haven't been doing too well. In an age where they feel more emboldened than ever to say whatever they want, but they also can be more punished than ever for saying exactly whatever goes on in their mind. Like they're a little child in elementary school at the lunch table, just belting off whatever comes to their head, not worrying about, only barely worrying about the repercussions of if their homeroom teacher hears them saying things along those lines and maybe call their mom and make them embarrassed in front of the class. Conservatives have not been doing well. But there's a large space for conservatives right now for a specific type of content, and that's rage bait. Stuff that's supposed to just get people mad, just generate clicks, just to be stupid in all versions of the word. And that's something we're going to be talking about today. A girl by the name, that she's lovingly called the N-word girl, or slur girl, whatever you want to call it. The N-word lady, who used to be on TikTok, but is now just basically mostly on Twitter. So I want to talk about this little story, okay? I want to talk about this because I feel like this is going to be very interesting. The turns it takes and what we can kind of learn about how conservative media operates these days. A little while ago, I started seeing a couple of videos of this dingy white woman on my For You page. She was in an apron. She was holding one of those one of those bottles of cheap olive oil and I guess pretending to cook. These videos were popping up on my timeline for quite some time, but I never actually clicked on them, mostly because I just didn't think anything was interesting going on in those videos. And I was only partly right. Her, the girl herself, is not very interesting. But the way she wants to handle her life, now that, ladies and gentlemen, that was very interesting. This has been going on since about June 9th, and as of this recording, it's about June 20th, so it's been about 10 days since she burst onto the scene with her first drop of a slur, and it was a doozy. On TikTok, she used to like to share her stories, short little stories, of herself and her life. And this is the one that got really popular. Let's take a look.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass niggas. And they don't care. We don't give a fuck about your money. I couldn't care less about your fucking money, okay?
Yes, you heard that right. That's where the N-word girl first spread her wings. This ground zero for the N-word girl. Out of nowhere, just for no reason, just dropped the N-word on her TikTok. And this is where it all started. This video got reposted to Twitter, where obviously people talked about how stupid and kind of crazy it is for her to just casually drop slurs like that, like it's a part of her vocabulary. We later learn that these words are just generally a part of her vocabulary, specifically because she likes to get people upset, start a riot, and just be a shitty person. Just be a bad person, right? That's her MO, that's her goal. And she liked to do that on her TikTok. Now, I kind of want to talk about this for a little bit because this sparked some discussions, okay? This sparked some discussions. Did she try to say it in a racist manner? People are trying to talk about this in the sense that it's kind of okay that she said it, or it's not that bad that she said it because she didn't she didn't call a person it, or at least she didn't say it in a racist manner, I guess. Let's tackle those two things. For one, she did call somebody in the N-word, so she's calling people slurs, just this amorphous version of guys that her friends date, right? Those are the slur people, okay? Those are the N-word people, okay? And she's using it in a negative way, like they're bad people. N-words are bad people, and they're these people. They're N-words, right? You don't want to be an N-word, do you? Which is pretty messed up, in my opinion. And on top of that, let's not be stupid. A lot of people want to be willfully stupid, so let's try to not be stupid here. She put on this apron, propped up her phone, and started barely cooking to say 4 sentences, and the whole while she was doing it, she was thinking about wanting to say the N-word. Let's just be honest with ourselves. It's not just something that just happened one day. This isn't a candid camera where it just happens. She set it up, the camera, specifically to give off this very short 4-sentence story where she says a slur specifically to rile people up. She has a criminal mind when it comes to the slur here. She has an evil mens rea. Her mental state was specifically to go on and say slurs to her camera to be able to get a reaction. And a reaction she got. This video itself got 19 million views here on Twitter, 95,000 likes, and I'm not even sure if this is the largest one of people who've posted this. I believe there are larger ones out there of just people reposting the content that she used to make on TikTok of her saying slurs and making a fool out of herself. Now, as this got popular, as she then became X-famous, X-viral, and it started to bounce back to TikTok and people started to see what she was up to, she decided that she was going to release a video, an apology video, A1 response on her Twitter account. And here's the I'm sorry from N-word girl herself.
So a recent video of mine.
Oops, sorry. I have a really big brain, so I like to watch videos at 1 billion times speed to get through them faster.
So a recent video of mine seems to have upset members of a certain community, and all the backlash just really made me, just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And after all that, I still couldn't find a care.
You're going to call us racist? You're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs? Fuck you. War.
Right. Incredibly cringe. Obviously, you got to add in the Sigma music. I'm so Sigma. I said a slur, and there's nothing you can do about it. Get mad. Get triggered, liberals and darkies. There's nothing that you can do about it. There's absolutely nothing. I'm untouchable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unemployed. Right after she released this, not only did she get banned on TikTok, but she also got fired from her job for dropping this. This is the elderly care center that she used to work at. In one interview that she had after this, she said she only worked out there for 3 weeks. So she was only able to keep a job down for 3 weeks before she decided to get famous off of being the slur queen on TikTok. An illustrious role, I'm sure. Definitely worth your normal job that you had. I'm sure of it. And she let everybody knew what happened when she said, oh no, I just got fired. #mob. The mob came for me. I can't believe the mob did this to me. They did this to me. Everything would have been great. I said all of the slurs and they still fired me. And so the arrogance, I can't say ignorance, the arrogance and the entitlement to think that you can say whatever you want, which is true, at least off of other people's property and platforms. You can say just about whatever you want. But there's a problem, okay? Which is that conservatives, they talk a lot about free speech, but there's one issue. Conservatives don't care much about free speech, right? Somebody clowned on her and said, "God bless America, let this be true." Hilarious. You Fs, imagine being this vile. Yeah, says the N-word girl. It's kind of funny because conservatives hem and haw so much about free speech and property rights, but they don't really care about either very much, honestly. Property rights would say that you're able to kick out just about whoever you want from your property. Kick out and off whoever you want from your property. Especially when it comes to non-immutable characteristics, right? Like your religion or race or sex or gender, ethnicity, things along those lines. But conservatives don't really care about that. Because they always complain and want the federal government to step in and stop social media accounts from being able to ban conservatives for the things that they say. Not the people who they are, not who they were born as, but the things that they say. Now, they think that this is a free speech issue. I don't believe it's a free speech issue. Free speech, at least here as we understand it here in the United States, refers to what the government can get you to say and not say, and what they can punish you for things that you have and have not said. That's not what's happening here. As far as I know, Joe Biden didn't send down Air Force One to crash into her home in Bufu, Egypt, wherever she lives. As far as I know, she hasn't been blackbagged and taken to like a dark site to be waterboarded for saying the N-word. As far as I know, nobody sicked the dogs on her. There's nothing that the federal government or state government has done to reprimand her. And so my question is, how is this a free speech issue? Well, here it is. Here's the real reason. It's because conservatives don't care about freedom of speech. They want freedom from consequences. They want to be able to say and do whatever they want to you whenever and wherever they want without facing any repercussions for it. Because if they're faced with repercussions, then they feel like they can't do whatever they want. They want a world completely covered in bubble wrap for their own ideology, so they can do and say whatever they want to other people. They can treat other human beings in this world however they want, their fellow citizens, without anybody being able to say or do anything. And the proof of this is because, for one, they misunderstand free speech. Why in the world should the government compel a private company or a private citizen to host somebody and allow them to say whatever they want on their property? Why should they be allowed to do that? No matter what I think of these rules or the biases of these platforms, if there was a conservative platform out there that banned you from saying gay people don't deserve to be hung, and they just banned that type of content, I think it's their free speech right to ban that content if they so choose. It's also the free speech right of the advertisers not to advertise. It's the free speech right of the people who don't like it to message their hosting service. It's the free speech right of people to say that they shouldn't work with those people. It's the right of the people. She believes in free speech. That's why she thinks she should be able to say call people slurs, specifically the N-word, F-words, other words as well, other slurs and derogatory things, other epithets. She believes she should be able to say that however she wants, whenever she wants, to whoever she wants, as many times as she wants. But she doesn't like the free speech rights of the people who don't like that. Isn't it free speech that you can shouldn't it be free speech that you can let the people who employs this person know what they've been doing online? Don't you think? They can message them, they could email them of the video that you made, of the tweets that you make, of the things that you say, of the things that you believe, the people that you associate with. Isn't it their free speech to be able to tell them exactly what's going on? Is that not free speech anymore? Oh, it might have a chilling effect on free speech? As far as I know, a chilling effect on free speech doesn't stipulate that you can now freeze some free speech, does it? At the end of the day, they shouldn't get mad that this is what happened. It's their free speech, and they use their God-given inalienable rights however they want. And it ended off with N-word girl being unhinged and unemployed. But right before she got banned, she decided to release a couple other videos that are equally unsavory, but also of different levels of insane. Like this video she made about how nerds rule the world too much and how anime is destroying people's lives. Take a look at this.
So all those nerds in high school, like the weird theater kids and the anime people and you know who I'm talking about, the people we didn't hang out with. So they've grown up now, and they're the ones making the laws. They're the Mark Zuckerbergs. They're the Faucis of the world of fucking nerds. Those fucking dorks that never got laid in high school, and they got a major chip on their shoulder against the normies. That's...
What? Lady, what? I'm sorry, you're too old to be talking like this. Yo, hey baby. Hey baby. Hey baby. How was work? Boring. Not much happened? You were out for a while. I feel you. Yeah, she thinks she's normal. Probably one of the funniest things about it is that she thinks she's normal. I like how she envisioned having sex in high school as like peaking. Right? Oh, you didn't have sex in high school. Okay? Damn. Crazy. Who could have, man, sorry that they spent time studying instead of like, while you were busy studying, I was studying my slurs. I was reading the Wikipedia page of every single racial epithet. I was studying the ancient texts. while you nerds were busy watching anime. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg and Fauci. You see, they're the normies. The Mark Zuckerbergs and Faucis, they're against the normies like us. Isn't that right, my fellow normies? It's so weird because she looks like she'd be at least somewhat normal, but her vocabulary is completely tainted by online right-wing weirdo 4chan rot. It's just, she speaks like an edgy 14-year-old 4chan, the 4chan and Reddit browser, and not like a grown adult woman at her big age. Yeah, she's a Poloid. Yeah, actual genuine adult child.
That's why you see all these fat ass fucks making laws. Oh, you can be obese and anorexic. Okay, sure. They're the ones inventing clown world. They're the ones in media. They're the actors. You wonder why actors are so politically leftist?
Oh, right. It's because they're loser theater kids.
Yeah, so clown world now, dude. What are you talking about? Like half the people that you're supposed to be speaking to shouldn't even know what these terms mean. Clown world, leftist normies, the clown world, leftist normies coming for us. There, it's revenge of the nerds with the theater kids who weren't having sex behind the bleachers in their high school. Yeah, okay, man. Like, what do you? I don't even get it. I don't even understand. Animes. They were watching their anime and they were reading their manga. So true. You cook those liberals. Oh man, yeah. Having sex in high school, apparently a complete measure of success for how successful you are going to be as a person. Yeah, so as Mark Zuckerberg, who helped found Facebook, no matter what you think of it, a pretty revolutionary app that changed the world, that changed the way society is run, changed the world. N-word girl who can't keep down a job more than a couple weeks is the normie here, who's trying to help society, who needs to tell people that they need to speak out against all these people. It's just silly. It's sad, honestly. It is genuinely pretty sad. It's of somebody who's just been groomed into this. It speaks of somebody who's just been groomed into this ideology. It's interesting because she speaks about she speaks with this like internet, like 4chan lingo, the same way I would imagine like a white boy from Ohio would use like AAVE, you know what I mean? Like slang, like black slang, you know? You know how they're like, oh man, we just came back from Olive Garden and I'm about to crash out. I'm about to crash out from my Olive Garden trip, guys. Dude. The waitress rizzed on my salad. I was like, hold on there. Whoa there. I'm about to dead ass your tip. Yeah, okay. All right, buddy. Yeah, it's AAVE's struggle. They're just struggling through it. She's putting them. She uses like normie and clown world. Like I would imagine a young child would like to throw in like a swears into their sentences for just no reason because they're like, it's edgy now. We don't say frick anymore, Kyle. We're in 8th grade. We can say fuck. See, no one can stop me now. Yeah, they're spicy little sentence enhancers. You're witnessing brain rot reach its final stages. Yeah, it's a terminal illness. There's nothing we can do. There is nothing that we can do about it, right? But after she got fired and after she'd been clowned on consistently on Twitter and elsewhere and gotten banned, she decided that it was the perfect time to declare victory. Thanks, Black community, for helping me launch my new career in conservative media. Yep, that's right. N-word girl is going to surf the grift verse and become a popular right-wing commentator only for saying the N-word. And that's it. That's it. That's the only thing. You all played your role like the puppets you are. Completely bodied at you N-words. Now, this spawned a little conversation here, this absolute child, that like Black people stepped right into her trap by commenting on her saying the N-word. And I was just momentarily for a small moment, I was for like a small moment, I was sympathetic to this argument. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it's actually one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. Somebody does something bad, and so you say something about it, and now it's your fault if like there's people out there who want to pay them money for being a bad person after they saw your tweet of you being like, yeah, this person, if they saw you comment on saying that this person did something bad. What's the goal then? The goal there would be to get you to stop calling out people who say terrible things. And that doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't seem like the correct option. The correct option seems to be to destroy the conservative ecosystem that benefits people acting terribly and not being able acting terribly, and people who cannot exist in a civilized society because they just feel like there's greater needs out there for them, like disrupting order by just being shitty to people, because that's what it is. It's just being shitty to people. It's I want to cause strife, discomfort, distress. I want to cause problems in society. She woke up and said, I want to cause problems. And then people call her out for doing exactly that. And now that's their fault for doing so. I think it's actually these companies' fault for having a conservative ecosystem on their platform that benefits rage bait like this, that incentivizes and monetizes rage bait. You don't even have to ban it, but monetizing this is genuinely insane. There's a reason why almost no other platform uses the same verification system that Elon does, because what it does is it incentivizes people to not make good content. It incentivizes people to make problems on the website, because problems and negativity brings views. Because this got 7.5 million views. 7.5 million. And so yes, negativity absolutely brings views. And with views brings some opportunity. And she wanted to hop on that opportunity while she had the opportunity. She wanted to hop on those opportunities while she had the chance, and also while she had the time. Because since she's unemployed now, it's not like she's doing much else. And while she was on InfoWars, she actually had a little conversation with one of the guys on there about what her future could possibly look like and what she wants to do with it. I want to take a look at that because that was pretty interesting too. Listen to this.
All right. Well, what is the plan for your future then? I mean, obviously, you know, here's an example I look at, because I think that you're obviously pretty smart, and you've realized
she is. I think your barometer for smart may be off, dog. I think you may need to recalibrate that one. You're really smart. You're really smart, huh? Wow. Citation needed on that one. I watched this whole entire interview. She did not come off as very smart. She came off as very boring, actually. Her heart's barely in it. But we'll talk about that in a bit.
It's kind of like the Eminem song talking about, you know, when you have the moment, don't lose it. And I look at an example of another lady that they said was a psyop, Tiffany Gomez, the lizard plane lady. And she really understood the kind of the moment that she captured, and she took big time advantage of it. And she might have disappeared for some time. It kind of just built this drama. And then she reappeared. She lost like 30 pounds. She got in super fit shape. She started doing some promo deals. That's somebody that understood, okay, I just captured lightning in a bottle here. How can I turn this into something positive?
Yeah, he's talking about remember the lady, like the plane lady who was like, that motherfucker's not real. Yeah, he's basically saying that she should go on a training arc after her N-word appearance, after her N-word clout that she got, and then come back as like a stronger force or something, which is okay.
You kind of have a similar phenomenon happening right now. I mean, do you have plans for the future? Do you even care about this? Or are you just kind of living it out right now?
I mean, I didn't plan on any of this, but it kind of happened. So I was like, all right, this is what's happening. So how do we make the best of it? You know, it's an opportunity. So I'm definitely going to take the best of it. I don't really like the 9-to-5 jobs anyway. So if I could get into, you know, some sort of conservative media, that would be the plan, obviously. But it just kind of depends. I'm still young right now. I'm not too worried about it, but it's one of those things you just have to kind of take an opportunity. And this seems to be an opportunity. So I'm going to just try to make the best of it and see where things go.
Don't you think that's really interesting that conservative media gives opportunities to people whose only criteria for speaking about a political movement is saying one slur? Because she doesn't have talent. I'm just going to tell you that right now. And I'm not saying that as somebody who like dislikes her politics. I'm just saying that as somebody who has ears and eyes. She doesn't really have much talent. And now some people can say and point to how I say the same thing about Chaya Reichik, the owner of Libs of TikTok, which I I still hold that she doesn't have much talent when it comes to her herself speaking. Like her, when it comes to her speaking and being interesting and coming to build a niche as her personality, she's got nothing. If she didn't have the Lives of TikTok brand that she had, if Elon Musk didn't bump her up, if the conservative media sphere, the TikTokification, the radicalization there didn't give her some clout there, she would really have nothing. And there's a reason why she was trying to make content online for a while and didn't really go anywhere. But with all of that being said, with her complete negative personality and having almost no real education in anything that she's talking about, she's not read, she's not learned, she doesn't read books, she's not she's not like a well of knowledge that you can go to. She's just a loser who knows some slurs and some internet slang. Like this Lily girl, the N-word girl here. Now, what do I think separates her?
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Thank you, KF Logan, for the raid. Hello, readers. I'm happy to see you. We're talking about N-word girl right now. We're doing a little N-word girl seggy. So I'm happy to have you. Hop in, lock in. Sharky.cc to join the site chat. It's a great place. I hope you all had a great stream. So, what do I think the difference between her and Chaya Raichik is? Chaya found a niche. Chaya has a niche, right? No matter what you think, she has a niche where she finds videos of children and like minorities and makes fun of them, and tries to either expose them, dox them, like have and now she has like a big platform where she has people send her requests, and then she like and then she degrades and now she just degrades and tries to humiliate children and minorities on her platform. That's her niche, where she brings you people who you can berate, where you can assault, where you can berate, call in bomb threats to if you want. She gives you more rage bait that you can get to. She brings up conspiracy, she brings up rage bait, and she brings more fuel, more feed for bullies. That's her whole thing, right? That's a very specific niche that can go very far if you find the right audience, and she absolutely did. She has politicians now who follow her and who give her and who take information from the TikToks and the conspiracy theories that she shares on Twitter. Florida is one. Ron DeSantis watches Libs of TikTok, and when he sees a TikTok of a minority who's like, I love having this specific right, he then tells his administration, and then they tell Congress, and they try to make a law that tries to restrict and like those specific rights that some minorities have. That's how you got the Don't Say Gay bill. And that's how you got the trans care ban, and some other bills as well. That's specifically how you got their COVID travel ban as well. Like that was, and most of these laws were ruled unconstitutional. That's how you got them. She has a niche. This girl has no niche. She doesn't have like a talent. She doesn't have a niche. She doesn't have like an audience. The only thing she has right now is the fact that people don't. The only thing she has right now is conservative Schadenfreude from her saying the N-word a couple times and people clowning on her because of it. They like watching minorities get upset when she says a slur. But the problem is that can't take her very far, because no other platform really besides YouTube no other platform besides Twitter will allow her to just say belt off slurs constantly and get away with it and also be monetized. So her main form of content is just completely unmonetizable. And everything else she does is just kind of boring. And she doesn't seem, it's just kind of boring. And it's not really something that I think is it's something that she can carry on with, okay? Because she's causing strife for not only herself with losing her job and becoming a dark stain. For losing her job and also creating this dark stain on her past that will ultimately affect her future eligibility for being a normal human being. Because when you type her name, she has a real name, her face and name is attached to her just belting off slurs against people like in other minority groups. What more can you do with that? What future in employment can you have besides in conservative media? That's the only safe space you have. Because apparently she doesn't even have a safe space with her own family. She's been running the gambit with like loser, no name, whatever, like conservative commentators. She'd take literally any role. I've been seeing her go on interviews on podcasts that like average 50 viewers. So I'm telling you, she's trying to do anything possible to be able to milk this, to be able to milk the N-word as far as it could possibly go. This is probably someone who's going to try to make, probably the first and only person who's going to try to make a career specifically off of saying the N-word, and that's it. So she went on to this podcast, podcast by this Rumble creator, who loves it when white people say the N-word. He's black specifically. He thinks it's hilarious. And he asked her about, okay, we all love it when you say the N-word, but what about the people who really matter? Your family. And she didn't have a good answer for that. Take a look at this.
What type of responses have you gotten from your family and friends based upon your newfound social media infamy?
My family, you know, they're like, they just want to make sure we're all going to be okay. You know, my brothers weren't too thrilled at first, but they were like, you know, once you're like, okay, the deed is done, now let's just figure out how we best.
Oh, no, don't skip it. What did they say? You said they weren't too thrilled. I gotta know what some of them conversations look like.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Our sister and daughter is now all over the news for saying slurs at minorities. Wow, I wonder what those conversations look like, right? They must be hilarious, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, man, incredible. They weren't too thrilled about it. In other interviews, she didn't dive deep into how her family felt about it, but I wanted to bring you this interview specifically because I thought it was really interesting. It's something that we can kind of sink our teeth into just a little bit, because he presses her a bit. It's the first time she's ever been pressed for an answer, really. And so this is, he presses her a little bit to get like more information about how those conversations actually went. Because she was a little coy with how her family responded before. She was like, oh, they just, you know, care about making sure everyone's going to be okay. And they're like, oh, we're going to get through this. But what actually happened in those convos? And she decided to let that out. I thought it was really interesting.
No, I actually should throw them under the bus, to be honest. They came to the house.
Do it. You got to do it.
They were dicks. They came up here and they were yelling at me and they were so mean.
Oh, my family was yelling at me because we're all now associated with you having a horrible reputation in media for just saying slurs against minorities. Haha. Oh man, your family's a riot.
You said they were
over it now.
Well, it's good that they're over it. So what did they say? Like, what were some of the things they said?
They were basically like, you got to think about us all. If you're going to, you know, go out there and cause all this controversy, we get to take the fall for it too. And that's fair. Like, that is fair.
Yes.
And then there was a bunch, like, that is fair. I'm not even denying that. But then there was a bunch of like, you don't know what you're doing. You need to apologize and you need to take that video down. And I'm like, you guys don't understand. If you cave to these people, it just makes it worse. And then you look like the idiot. Like, you look weak, you know? And I'm very prideful. Like, I'm very arrogant, and I cannot stand the idea of losing, you know? And I wasn't going to lose this round.
Yeah, the only thing that you could lose is your normal sense of, is your normalcy when it comes to your life. The only thing that you could lose is the goodwill that you have with your family and friends. The only thing that you could lose is your job. And it seems like she's lost a lot of it. She's smiling and she's like, oh, I guess they're over it. But it doesn't really sound like they're over it. They're pretty upset. They seem pretty upset. This isn't she in other interviews, she just made it seem like there was like a talk and they were a bit frustrated. But now she goes on to say specifically, you need to take that type of content down. You're dragging us down with you because we're associated with your name. You have no clue what you're doing. It doesn't seem like it's just like it just kind of blew over. They're probably still upset with her to this very day, because after this, she went on to continue making this type of content as someone who's unemployed. Yeah, as she goes on to ruin the family name, which is very unfortunate. Her brothers have like, you know, jobs, and her brothers have like jobs and lives, and her parents are probably respected at least somewhat with their like friends and family. And then there's just this one weirdo who watch way too much, who's on the internet too much, and can't seem to wrap her head around acting like a normal person and getting a grip on the real world. Instead, she wants to be the N-word girl. Do you want to live, Lily, do you want to live a normal life? Or do you want to live your life as the N-word girl? And she made her choice. It was the N-word girl. That's what she wanted to be, the N-word girl. And so she went on with her life with being the N-word girl. She then went on to create more videos and repost videos from her TikTok onto her Twitter account for more clout and more views. But things started to change. After this, people started to be a little curious with her and her life. And as her popularity, well, less of popularity, but as her figure grew and ballooned, people started to dig a little under the surface. Some of her followers started to not really like what they saw. Now, she released this video. I'm not really going to play this video for you because she says a couple slurs in here, specifically the F word. She moved on from being the N-word girl, and now she wants to be the F word girl. But just so you know, this video was specifically targeted towards women, trying to tell them that they need to give birth more, they need to have more babies, and they need to stop putting their dogs in strollers and start being really good at being a mom or something, right? And then she, at the very end, she did something that was a bit of a problem. Let me skip to it for you.
Mom, because I want you to take the time out of your day to thank a single mom, because us girls getting knocked up, we're the only ones helping with the declining birth rate.
You hear that? Single mom. Target acquired. So when she said that she had when she said she was a single mother, that's when conservatives started being like, ooh, there's something wrong here. And so she hadn't posted her baby online, but that didn't mean that they couldn't find her. That means that didn't mean that they couldn't find him. So they did a little digging, and a lot of them realized and found out that she did actually have a child, and she did actually post that child online. And she posted a couple photos of the baby. And so they more or less doxed her baby. They found the face of the baby that she has, right? And they started posting it. And there was something that they didn't like. They thought that the baby wasn't fully white. And this is where everything started to really turn for her. Everything's really started to turn for her. Now I'm not gonna show you the face of the baby, but I'll show you its hand. All right. This is a picture that she posted online herself. But this is of her baby that she has, and they were like, whoa, wait a second, that baby don't look white. And they started to measure the skull and do phrenology on her baby to figure out if they could find out the race of the child. And it seemed like a lot of them fell on Persian Jew, a sort of like Iranian Jew, a Middle Eastern Jew, a Muslim. So they believe that her baby has Muslim DNA, some Persian DNA. Okay? They think that her baby is mixed race. Okay? And it started, and the criticism started to pour in. The tide changed from thank you, N-word girl, for being so strong and standing up for real whites out there, to your child isn't white. Your child doesn't look white though. So how does this help us? Race, lol, race mixing L. Just because your wife bangs black dudes doesn't mean I do. Just because your children are mixed doesn't mean mine is. It's not helping your child's mix, lol. He's not mixed. My baby isn't mixed. So she spent this entire comment section fighting for her life and in the honor of her baby not being mixed race against this entire horde of racist freaks who she garnered as her audience, who she wanted as her audience. But now things have started to turn. They started to turn bad. Bad, bad. That baby is not white, they said. A racist that race mixes. This is like Ann Coulter all over again. See my pinned tweets for reasons to avoid race mixing. Does that hair look kinky to you? What are you saying? This is so... Can you imagine having to fight for your child's honor against the most racist people online because that's the audience you garnered? Nice one. Nice one. And then I guess we'll stop with this one. Aren't you a mud shark? They started calling her a mud shark. A what? It's like an old timey slur for a girl who has an old timey slur for a girl who has the relations with minorities of darker skin tones. They started calling her things like the conservative welfare trad wife. Who's going to lead the vanguard against wokeness and leftism and communism? It's not going to be, for them, it's not going to be single mothers who can't hold a man in their life and who can't raise a child with two parents in the home, who gets divorced and who gets knocked up out of wedlock and who brings a baby into the world when they can't care for him in a conservative way. Womp womp. It's Jover. It's Jover. And so they believe now that her baby is white. And so now they believe that her baby is Muslim of some variety, right? This is your baby. My baby is white as fuck. The guy is more. This guy is more white. Oh my lord, dude. They've just been cooking her. They've been cooking her left and right. She was getting her ass beat. Okay? Her ass completely beat. But if you thought that's where it stopped, no. The further she kept trying to make herself known in the conservative sphere, the more they made it known that they hate her guts. Tom Lucre, or whatever, or however you pronounce his name. You might remember this guy as the guy who posted CP on Twitter of one of the most infamous PDFs in the world, who was running a massive PDF ring outside of Epstein. He posted some of his work on Twitter as shock value to get more clicks and engagement on his tweets. Elon allowed him to post it, and it was really disgusting stuff. So that guy even came out against her too. This guy posted without any caption this screenshot from one of her videos while she was saying a slur, and this right here in the corner. Do you see that? You see that, everybody? Yup, that's what it is. It's an Israeli flag. So strike one, single mother. Strike two, Jewish. Okay? Strike three, race mixed. And they cashed her out. They were done with her. This tweet itself got 31,000 likes, and they started making memes about her. They started completely destroying her. They started cooking her so bad. Just because your wife bangs black dudes doesn't mean I do. I'm incel, you foul mouth bitch. Isn't this your brown baby though? They're having a racism off in the comment section against her. They even hit N-word girl with the N-word just to rub it in that they don't like her. My N-word, you are a single mother. This is like taking home buying advice from a homeless N-word. There you go. Erased her too. And there was a strike 4 in this. If you're wondering what that video was, I didn't show you that video. It wasn't very interesting. But what that video was, it was simply just her being like, men need to stop being so against women and being mean against women because you're driving women away from the conservative movement, and you need to let women be a part of this conservative movement, so you need to treat them as equals. Obviously, she'd get cooked with that. Obviously, she get cooked with that because she's a woman and she should keep her mouth shut. She couldn't even keep a husband, and now she can't keep her mouth shut. Why would they ever listen to her? And so they completely eviscerated her on that video. And she's shown no talent to be able to make her videos really that interesting. The only reason why her videos get views these days is mostly because of the clout that she got originally and the clout that she's got right now from getting clowned on, and people like, well, this a little bit for watching her get clowned on. It's pretty bad. So now she's a Jew, a race mixer, a single mother, yeah, all those three, and it's everything that they dislike, and a woman who has way too much of an opinion is going to talk back against the men in the community. That is unforgivable. That's unforgivable. As this went on, they actually found more videos. So as this went on, they actually found more videos of her and her baby. They AF Hasbara, the Twitter account, said, breaking, base conservative N-word girl is a single mother and her baby is Persian. And they got videos of her. They actually found videos of one of her ex-boyfriends as well hanging out with the baby. And they couldn't handle it. Now bringing extra men who aren't the baby's actual father, but she can't show the actual father because apparently he's brown. And things only really started to get worse from there. It's bad. Fuentes got involved too. Take a look at this. N-word girl claims grapers are losers that only care about Israel. This comes 2 days after the single mother fake Christian whore slept with a high-profile attendee at Nick Fuentes's basically like fan meet and greet. Okay, they're all losers sniffing their own farts. Also, the only thing that they care about is Israel, and they claim to be America first. And she's like this, and so obviously, saying that a group of Nazis only cares about Israel completely set them off. And she got pissed at this one. This account is the account that originally helped find pictures of her baby and also old tweets of hers saying things like dating a Muslim isn't that bad. That's one of the reasons for why they think her baby is is a Persian Jew, because she's Jewish, and they think her ex-boyfriend that she had that she had a baby with was a Muslim, a Persian Muslim. So now the baby is a Persian Jew. She commented on this and said, "That's a lie. Don't make claims about someone you don't know. I didn't sleep with anyone, you vile liar. You're the same account that doxed my child and exposed him to hate and danger." And he only replied, 100% confirmed that you slept with a high-profile attendee. Go away now. And so what is this claim? What are they talking about? Okay? What they're talking about right now specifically is the fact that she was invited to CPAC. Yep. Her just simply saying the N-word got her invited to CPAC with conservatives. I was going to say top brass, but like it's like bottom brass. I don't know. I guess the conservative orcs, the conservative foot soldiers of Twitter. And this is the picture that they all took together. Yep. So this is goons, right? actual goons. None of them look normal. Okay, so we have a Muslim, Laura Loomer. Okay, we have Sneeko, N-word girl, and a guy who gets punched in the head as a job. And this is the conservative front against the against the woke world. This is the best conservatives can do in the media sphere right now. Why is Sneeko there? Because he's a huge conservative figure right now. He pivoted to being a large conservative figure. He's friends with Nick Fuentes. He went to hang out with Nick Fuentes, and he got punched in the mouth for like trying to steal this guy's hat. It was bad. It was really bad. This guy actually went to go hang out with Sneeko and David Duke. They had an interview with actual Klan leader David Duke right after this. These two brown guys, this Middle Eastern Muslim named Ahmed, and Sneeko, who's half Filipino, went to go talk to David Duke, leader of the KKK, about how they could work together to make America great again. Yeah, white supremacy's greatest soldiers here. Isn't Sneeko Muslim too? Sneeko pretends to be Muslim. He likes the aesthetics of Islam. He likes Islam aesthetics, but no, he's not really Muslim. And they really weren't having it in this comment section. The new faces of the right wing, America. How many Americans are in this pic? Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. Don't look at that one. Okay. I see a Pakistani involved in sex trafficking, a plastic surgic addict whose body is 99% plastic, a guy who enjoys watching his women get railed by other men, also wishing he were a white man. As for the rest, not even God knows who they are. It's horrible. It's horrible. The cooking is insane. Even with this one, clearly tells the Jews are winning. None of them are Americans or white, which unfortunately a lot of them aren't American, and half of these guys aren't white. Yeah, white America, is this the best that you can do? The white supremacy movement is really falling to its knees. And one of the top comments of this entire thread: let the Jews stay in power if this is what's next for us. If this is what the Jews have planned for us next, I pray that it doesn't come to that. Bro is about to recant his Nazism the way he sees what Jews have been cooking up for him next. He's like, if this is the world, if this is the world if this is the world that's in store for us, I lay down to the Jews. They won. I'll say it here, chat. The Jews won, and I couldn't be happier for it. I love it. I think they're doing a great job. So I want them to keep doing if they control the world, I think they're doing a fantastic job. You've heard of Jesus take the wheel? I let go. I say Jews take the wheel. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, buddy. I'm going to listen, while you're at it, can we make a stop at Einstein's Bagels? I love those. You know I love those. But Jesus is a Jew? Be silent. I'm sick. I'm going to beat you. Yeah, the Nazis have gotten way too woke now, man. They said, looks like a community college pamphlet. We're not going to make it, are we? It's so over. And this is really the best that they could do. These freaks, these absolute weirdo freaks, is really the best that they got. None of these people have any real talent. None of these people are necessarily have many niches. Laura Loomer at least was able to get to the point where was at least able to hopscotch off of Florida politics to be able to make it to being at least within sniffing distance of Donald Trump. all the rest of these guys are just losers looking for their next big boon in the Twitter algorithm. There's not really much else. They're banned from almost everywhere. They can't get good gigs. The only people, they don't show up on TV or anything. They're just kind of freaks. And this is what's left for N-word girl, really. This is what's left for N-word girl. People finding old tweets of her saying, "Absolutely with you and Israel" from 2019. The anti-Semitic movement, which is beginning to reemerge, is a foul evil which we must pray and fight against. So she's working. So they believe that she's working with the Jews, or she is a Jew. At least she's way too friendly to the Jews. That's way too much for them. And so as this is happening, all I can really think about is this video, really. From a conservative who went the same path as her.
I'm really untouchable. I'm really untouchable. I can't go work for a congressman. That's not going to happen. I can't go get a job even at like a McDonald's, because that's just, I'm too, you look me up. Look my name up, everyone watching. Dalton Clodfelter, and see what you find, and then let me know if you'd hire me.
Well, I'll let him know. I wouldn't hire him. And it seems like nobody else really would either. It seems what happened to this guy is he was one of Nick Fuentes' lieutenants in the Groiper Army. What he did was go around to several colleges and write anti-Semitic epithets and phrases on the floor in chalk. They found out who he was. They kicked him out and he got banned. And he tried to parlay it into a conservative media apparatus to be able to rake in cash. But that necessarily didn't really work out that well. He's not the biggest content creator. He's very untouchable. He's completely unappealing to the masses. And after getting banned off of everything, his ability to be to spread his wings and market himself has been greatly hampered. And so this is his life now. He really reminds me of Vincent James of Red Elephants, who used to have a sprawling YouTube influence because a sprawling YouTube influence back in 2015 and 2016. Before YouTube started to crack down on the type of policy that he made. He was one of the people in the right-wing pipeline who is very into race ideology, and he's hardline on trying to get every single brown person out of the country, at least as much as possible. He wants a ethno state for white people in the country. He wants a theocracy when it comes to religion as well in the country. He is just completely hard on when it comes to the all the opinions that you would imagine that these people would hold. If you think they would hold it, he definitely has held them. And he had to go on the stream the other day and say, well, I stream, but this isn't my real day job anymore. He can't make it his actual content anymore after being banned everywhere and not being able to hold down a real job, since his name is completely attached to the most horrid things that you have heard somebody say in civilized society. If it's a disgusting thing about women, a minority, a racial group, he said it. He said it multiple times and he stood by it. He built a brand off of it with his face and his name attached to both. And now he can't get a job. Now he has to do odd jobs off of Craigslist and Facebook, like taking trash out of people's houses, and then having a small job and then having another small job that he does part-time on top of streaming as well. They can't make it anymore because online, it may, on some corners of the internet, it may benefit to be a horrible human being, but in the real world, unless you have the best connections, it does nothing good for you. And it only ruins your life when you let your heart be consumed by this absolute disgusting creature that is bigotry. And so a lot of them lose their hearts, they lose their minds, and they lose the opportunities, the connections that they had. And it only radicalizes them more. How they then separate themselves from their family, they separate themselves from their friends, they recede from they separate themselves from their family, they separate themselves from their friends, they recede from society at large, and then just become these internet goblins who just gobble down the most disgusting content that you can make and try to stay in a vicious cycle of fighting with the next guy for who can say a slur louder and then who can say the same exact thing that 50 other guys who look and act exactly like you are saying. How are you going to make it in that ecosystem? We're all funneled to one corner of the internet, all struggling for a certain amount of views that you can hopefully grab off of the same people who've been there forever. It's really hard. Only a couple of them make niches, and when they do, they only make it on one or so websites. Even though libs of TikTok, Chaya Raichik is really big on Twitter, boasting a Twitter account with over 1 million subscribers, she has no influence on YouTube. She has very little influence on Rumble. She can't hold down any of those platforms that have genuine marketing to be able to turn this hobby of abusing minorities and women into a genuine job. It's hard to spin it into that these days, which I think is a fantastic thing. It only makes society better when that happens. But that's not going to stop them from trying, because they believe very deeply in being they believe very deeply in being undesirable to society. They believe very deeply with going against the norms of we're going against the norms and respect that we have for people in the world. And so this is what they get. This is the present that they get. You become N-word girl. You become a girl solely defined by how you simply make other people upset. And while I think there would have been a much larger market for this, probably in like 2014, 15, and 16, maybe 17 and 18, these days it's starting to become a lot harder to do that. You can't, you got, I mean, if that's your case, get to the back of the line, man. There's way more people these days. It's a lot more saturated. It's much harder for them to hold that down. And especially when you have nothing coming your way besides the shock value of you just saying a slur over and over again. She wants to be basically the Five Nights at Freddy's of conservative media. The only problem is I highly doubt she's going to grab herself a little cult following of children. It seems like all the children that could have been her fans and allies hate her for being a supposed Muslim sex having Persian Jew baby single mother like a Zionist. All right. And that's how it is. That's the audience that she garnered, and she was eaten by the same audience that she tried that she tried to appeal to. I think it's gross. Her family thinks it's gross. Her friends thinks it's gross. Everybody who she's not trying to get money from thinks that it's gross. And even the people who she's trying to get money and grift off of think that she's gross for living the life as she is, as she spends her entire life hating on other people for living their lives that they want as a grown adult. She's 25, so she's way too old at her big age to be believing this type of stuff. And her time's running out for when it comes to her being able to turn this ship around. But as somebody who's already decided to double down and lose their job and connect their name with connect their name and hitch their wagon to the deathmobile of far right conservative thought and ideals, it's only going to drag her straight to hell. And I think it's a little funny, but also sad at the same time that she couldn't have just lived a normal life being a single mother TikToker. There are lots of them out there. She probably could have found some success if she found another niche with something else that she liked. Instead, the only thing that she really wanted to like was saying the N-word, and she got dubbed N-word girl. And now look at this, with a community crumbling at her feet, as she could almost barely view the conservative media sphere. My big bucks, my Daily Wire contracts slip through her fingers like sands. I wonder where she'll go now. I wonder what she's going to do now. What more is there for her? I don't know. I don't think much. I think she's going to be a lot closer to Kyle Rittenhouse, but way less influential, because at least Kyle Rittenhouse did something crazy like kill somebody. She can barely speak. and rattle off the same tired talking points that every other conservative is saying, only less interesting and less engaging. Well, maybe she'll try. Maybe there's an audience out there for her. Who knows? But when it comes to these women who still have an ounce, when it comes to these women on the far right who still have an ounce of self-respect, I don't see them going very far. Pearl made it by completely degrading herself and bringing herself down to the metaphorical level of a welcome mat to enter the door of white supremacy and racism and misogyny. But it seems like she still has a little too much pride to completely let go and let herself and just fall into the pit of just degrading yourself for cash. She still has a little too much pride, and I think that's the problem. She's not crazy or stupid enough to be Pearl. She's not interesting or have enough connections really to be like, you know, Lauren Chen. But Lauren Chen lost a lot of her audience as well. She just doesn't have what it takes. She's too unhinged to get a deal at the Daily Wire. But she's also not talented enough to stand on her own 2 feet. She just has nothing. She's simply a mediocre loser who got clout for saying a slur a couple times. I don't know where she's gonna go next, but I know wherever she's going, it's not well. Because as she cuts off her career choices and as the Groypers cut off her legs, so she can't run to a conservative media deal, I don't know if this is going to be I don't know if she's long for this world. I've seen people like her come and go a lot, and I just don't think she has what it takes. She's not crazy enough. She still has way too much pride. She can't degrade herself enough for money and let them step on her. So that's where we are now. Goodbye, N-word girl. It still sucks that she got popular in any sort of way, but it seems like that double-edged sword that it seems like she had to trade the safety and dignity of herself and her own child for a couple views on TikTok and Twitter. That's sad, isn't it? All right. N-word girl Segi over. Man, imagine trading the safety of your own child, the safety and privacy of your own child to say slurs on the internet. That's just sad, ain't it? So long, Space Cowboy. So long, N-word cowgirl. Couldn't be me. What time is it? Ooh, it's 9 already? Good golly, Miss Molly. L plus single mother plus Jew plus Muslim baby. Plus Zionist plus, yeah, they kind of cooked her. They kind of cooked her. That poor girl. Poor girl. Poor N-word girl. So what do you think, chat? W N-word girl or L N-word girl? I can fix her. Yeah, maybe you can give her another brown baby. W segment, L her. Okay. That's how it goes. No, you can't? No, she's definitely broken. She's very, very broken. I can't fix her, but I can give her another brown baby. I think that's exactly what she needs right now. Listen, she doubled down on the N-word. Now it's time for her to double down on the brown baby. Now she needs 2 brown babies, one darker than the last. Darkness. Darkness. All right. Okay. Okay, we did a lot. There's only one problem, okay, chatters? Okay, my friendos? Okay, my viewers? There's only one problem. That problem is I'm sleepy. And like 9 p.m. is my bedtime. And now it's 9:30. It closes on my bedtime. I mean, I still need to make a quiche. I'm eepy as all heck. That is true. I've gotten eepy. The N-word girl segment took my energy. I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm gonna be so real. So I wanted to cover the whole 10 Commandments thing today, but I think we'll do that for tomorrow's stream. What do you think, chat? You think that'd be okay? The Louisiana government forcing every single classroom to have the 10 Commandments hang on the wall and talk about free speech. Donald Trump trying to make inroads into Silicon Valley and promising CEOs the world if they pander to him and give him tons of money to run. Pro-Trump Republicans versus anti-Trump Republicans, featuring that weird anti-Muslim drag queen that we saw earlier today. One of Donald Trump's faith leader that he had when he was in office as the president, who was talking into his ear and trying to lead him down the path of the Lord, admitted in church to abusing sexual style a 12-year-old girl back when he began ministry for years on end, and then blamed the girl for coming on, blamed the 12-year-old for coming on to him. Really horrible stuff there. I want to go over some of that story. Prison, hell. Charlie Kirk's radicalization into being a conservative extremist, and also there's some other stuff. I kind of wanted to think. I was thinking about checking out Candace Owens on Piers Morgan, because apparently they talked about how Candace Owens thinks that the Emmanuel Macron's wife is trans, actually a trans woman instead of a cis woman, and she has a pee-pee under her skirt that she's hiding from the French public. She transvestigated the Emmanuel Macron's wife. Really weird stuff there. Rose Waltz, okay, I got you. Blame the 12-year-old like a totally normal person. Yo, his wife at the time, so he was having like an affair with a 12-year-old, and like at the time his the father of the girl at the time the father of the girl told him to step down from being a pastor at their ministry, or else he's going to go to the local sheriff. And so he stepped down for 2 years, but then was like, I still got that dog in me, and decided to get back into ministry and pastor work. And when he did, his wife messaged the young girl and said that she forgave her for sleeping with her husband and like cheating, for like helping her husband cheat on her while she was 12. She said, I forgive you. She messaged the young girl and said, I forgive you. So yeah, the story has a lot of twists and turns. It's very crazy, and I want to go over it a bit. And this is the guy who was like Donald Trump's faith leader. Chill for everyone. They have an affair with a 12-year-old. An affair implies both parties are in on it. Well, he was like being unfaithful with his wife with a child, a 12-year-old. So let's phrase it as that. If that's better? Question mark? Shadow Realm. How normal? Yeah, very normal, right? So yeah, that's Donald Trump. That was the guy leading Donald Trump. It's starting to make a lot more sense why Donald Trump was so morally corrupt, if that's the guy. And just so you know, all of this had been public knowledge since the 1980s. Since the 1990s. All of it had been public since the 1990s, and Donald Trump still decided to raise this guy up to the level of his faith leader for his campaign in 2016. I mean, but remember, Donald Trump is the guy who brought his like little kids to meet Uncle Epstein when when he lived next door in Florida, when they lived next door to each other. Okay, Baron, time to hang out with Uncle Epstein. My throat hurt. Was I loud? Babe, have I been loud? You look sleepy. Why are you so sleepy? Had a long day? Nah, babe, go out again. You need another day out. Look at you. Listen, you said you wanted something to do. Look at you now. What, has been like 3 days in a row you've been out all day? It's time for you to go. I'll have to have your friend come and pick you. Ooh, maybe Coral can come. She's tweaking. She's so, yeah. After we had to drive to Atlanta and back, so it was like about like a 12-hour drive there and back. So we were like out literally all day one day, and then the next day she was like doing a whole bunch of work with having her friends get set up like out here. And then today you were out again, like shopping, and then hang out with your friend again. She only came home at like 8 or something. She has been out all day for 3 days in a row, and she cannot handle it. She's just a baby. She doesn't have that much energy, so she's running on fumes right now. But all right, what do you guys think about like around a 2 p.m. stream tomorrow? What do you guys think? I think that could work out. A nice, cute little 2 p.m.er. All right. All right. Well, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate you. Stick around if you're on Twitch, because we're gonna raid someone. We're gonna hit somebody with a fat, nasty raid. With a crazy, nasty raid. Yeah, Rose Waltz. No, nor underscore. Did I spell that right? No, it's not a Z. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, they're playing Yakuza too. I love Japanese people, man. I love Japanese people. They're so cool. Japanese people, they're so sick. I love their cartoons. Thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you for being here, and I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good one.